buddy, we are starting a series. We are going through the book As a Man Thinketh by James Allen. Now, this book, it was written way back, and I believe, I'm going to get this wrong, so don't quote me on this. It was written either or published in 1902 or 1906. So this book is about 120 years old, but it's amazing. If you're really into manifesting, law of attraction, law of assumption by Neville Goddard, or even overall success, we're going to dive into this book. And this is a very, very short little book. We're going to break it down chapter by chapter. Now, I'm reading the chapters to you, but I'm also discussing them. So this isn't just an audio of the book. We're going over each chapter and we're discussing it, kind of pulling out the meat and potatoes. And when I say meat and potatoes, really with old school prosperity teachers like James Allen here, it's really hard to pull out meat and potatoes, because this is why I love old school books, is because there's no fluff. I mean, that, like I said, the chapters are only, every single chapter is only like a page and a half to 2 pages. And so there's no fluff. He really just dives right into it. And this is also a blessing, but it's also kind of hard because he dives right into it, gives no fluff. But it can be hard to give my interpretation as well, just because he's not giving so many examples on what he means. But it is good to kind of have a different interpretation. I mean, both ways here. It is good to kind of hear, a different prosperity teacher's opinion about stuff, seeing how they explain things. Then also I'm giving my interpretation of the chapter and the paragraphs and stuff like that. Because lots of times we need to hear this stuff over and over and over. Okay, until we have a aha moment. Until it's like, oh, I finally get it. And I don't mean you get it conceptually. Okay, you finally get it at a deeper level. You finally just get it, like at a deeper sense. Because a lot of this stuff, like with anything on manifesting, it's easy to talk about. Okay, it's easy conceptually to kind of talk about and debate, but people aren't getting results. I mean, that's the bottom line. If you're not getting results, you're not getting results that you really want, you're not living the life you really want, well, there's something wrong. There's something you're doing, okay? It's not the manifesting technique. It's not the Neville Goddard technique, okay? It's not Thomas Troward. It's not Napoleon Hill, okay? It's you. And the reason why it's you and the reason why it's me is because all of us have really deep embedded beliefs in us that we had since a kid, and we're living by those beliefs as an adult. And those beliefs are either kind of moving us forward or they're moving us backwards. And when they're moving us backwards, that's when manifesting isn't working. I mean, nothing seems to be working for us. I mean, or it's working against us, meaning that it's really super. And think about this for a second, and we're going to dive into this chapter 1 here. But think about this: isn't it amazing how it's super easy to manifest things you don't want? It's super easy to manifest negativity. It's super easy to manifest roadblocks, because we give such natural energy to it. We give such natural emotion to it. We pay attention to it, okay? Versus, actually manifesting my dream car, my dream house, a dream salary, a dream career, a dream charity, a dream lifestyle. Okay, and this is what we're going to dive into. And James Allen does a terrific job in this book. It's very, very short, and we're going to do separate videos on each chapter here. So lo and behold, let's get rocking. As a Man Thinketh by James Allen. Right before we hit chapter 1, mind is the master power that molds and makes. The man is mind, and evermore he takes the tool of thought, and shaping what he wills, brings forth 1,000 joys, 1,000 ills. He thinks in secret, and it comes to pass. Environment is but our looking glass. And I think we've all heard this poem, or maybe some sort of this poem before. And let me change the color here for us. I love this right here. At the very end, he says, he thinks in secret, and it comes to pass. And this is why I always say, this is why, really just coming right off the board here, not even getting into chapter 1, is that this is why we can't manifest. We're really manifesting our secret self. We're really manifesting our secret thoughts. Okay, we all do this. We all have secret thoughts that we don't tell people. Okay, that we just fester on. Okay, and we don't tell family, we don't tell our significant other. It's just kind of what boils in our mind, or kind of our secret self. And listen, he thinks in secret, and it comes to pass. Environment is about our looking glass. He thinks in secret. You think in secret, and it comes to pass. What does that mean? What you think in secret actually manifests into your life. But one more thing here, I want to point out, it was brought up in this poem, that way I don't have to bring it up in every single chapter. And let me read it one more time. Mind is a master power that molds and makes. And man is mind. This is what I want to talk about right here. Man is mind. Not so much man is mind. Since this is an old school prosperity book, this was written in very, very, very early 1900s, either 1902, 1906, something like that. And it was published then, okay? It's very old school writing. So you're going to hear the word man. Okay, now when he says man, he means every single person. It's kind of a conglomerate word that they used back then. They always used man. They didn't really separate man, woman. They didn't talk gender neutral like we do today. So they use man. So don't get your feathers all in the uproar a little bit. You don't mean anything by it. So when you hear man, it means everybody. Okay, it could be gender neutral. It could be man, woman, they, them. So he's talking about everybody. He's including everybody. He's not specifically only meaning men. So I like to kind of point that out. Chapter 1, thought and character. Now this chapter is about 2 pages, but it's really, there's no fluff whatsoever. And how I kind of break down the chapters, you will see kind of color codes here. Green is something very, very, very important. And usually purple is an example he's giving inside the chapter. Yellow is just it's important, but it's not extremely important. I will highlight as we go. But other than that, let's get rocking. The aphorism, as a man thinketh in his heart, so he is. This is a whole concept here of this chapter. As a man thinketh in his heart, so he is. Okay, meaning again, when we read that poem, the secret thoughts, the secret you. That's what he means. When you thinketh in your heart, it's a secret you. The secret you is manifesting. Remember, with all manifesting comes from within out. Manifesting isn't from the outside in. Okay, if you believe it's coming from the outside in, you believe your visible world is what's manifesting to you. It's from the inside out. It's our deep-rooted beliefs, but it's also our secret thoughts that we have. Because lots of times what happens it's our secret thoughts that are repetitive in our mind. Okay, no matter what we do, we have repetitive thoughts over and over and over and over. And that's what's actually coming visible in our life. So, as a man thinketh in his heart, so he is. Not only embraces the whole of a man's being, but is so comprehensive as to reach out to every condition and circumstance of his life. A man is literally what he thinks, his character being the complete sum of all his thoughts. Now, this is what I mean, because he talks about, again, man. Just to bring this up one more time, when he means man, he means everybody. That's a term they used way back then. This book's 120 years old, so don't let this offend you. It means everybody. He's using man in a sense of a conglomerate term. Male, female, they, them. Gender neutral. That's just how they wrote back then. But I didn't want to do a general neutral version, because once I do a general neutral version, it's usually it's not the authentic version. Somebody came in and rewrote it a little bit and put in their own interpretation. That's why I didn't want to do a different interpretation. I wanted the original, so we can go through the original, how the author is writing, how the author is thinking. So, as a man thinketh in his heart, so he is. Not only embraces the whole of a man's being. Listen to this. As you think, your secret thoughts embraces your whole being, but it is so comprehensive as to reach out to every condition and circumstance of your life. And it runs so deep. So every circumstance, everything going on in your life all stems back to how you think. A man is literally what he thinks, his character being the complete sum of all his thoughts. As the plant springs from and could not be without the seed, so every act of man springs from the hidden seeds of thought. Listen to this. The hidden seeds of thought. Meaning he's still talking about the secret you. Your secret thoughts, what you don't tell anybody. Your hidden seeds of thought, and could not have appeared without them. This implies equally to those acts called spontaneous and unpremeditated as to those which are deliberately executed. So now he's giving like a little tiny example. He's saying like a plant springs from and could not be without the seed. So when you plant a seed, the plant comes from the seed. So he's giving that example. So he said, so every act of man springs from the hidden seeds of thought. So his hidden thoughts, your secret thoughts, is what's kind of manifesting to you. Act is the blossom of thought, and joy and suffering are its fruits. Thus does a man garner in the sweet and bitter fruitage of his own husbandry. Now, also kind of to bring up, if you're kind of new to like old school writing, he's going to use words, and sometimes I'm going to stumble over things just because of course they're not writing how we write today in 2024, or even since we've been alive. This is basically over a century ago how this was written. Then he gives us a poem. Now this is an example, but it's more of a poem. Thought in the mind has made us. What we are by thought was wrought and built. If a man's mind has evil thoughts, pain comes on him as comes the wheel the ox behind. If one endure impurity of thought, joy follows him as his own shadow sure. Now this was a little bit of a hard read, okay, because again it's very old English. But what he's doing here is basically explaining the general laws of the universe. Now I did do a Working with the Law by Raymond Hollowell, and we actually went through this book, and you can see this book as well. We went through every single chapter, and this chapter, Working with the Law, goes through almost every universal law that's really important with manifesting. So what he's really talking about here is universal law. Basically the law of thinking. Remember, any universal law don't discriminate. It is what it is, okay? There's always an opposite to the law. What I mean by that, if there's a cold, there has to be a hot. If there's a positive, has to be a negative, okay? And with the law, like attracts like. That's law. So that's what he's saying. If you have evil thoughts, pain comes on you. Okay, so you're going to attract evil. If you have negative thoughts, negative comes upon you. But if you have purity of thought, if you have good thoughts, good has to come to you. That's by law. Man is a growth by law. So now he's kind of going into the laws of the universe here. Man is a growth by law, and not a creation by artifice, and cause and effect is as absolute and undeviating in the hidden realm of thought as in the world of visible and material things. I love that. He kind of brings up an interesting thought with cause and effect. Because he's starting to dive into a little bit of the universal laws here, laws of the universe. And he's saying, a man's growth is by law. How you're manifesting is how well you're able to use the laws of the universe and understand the laws of the universe and really understand that the laws don't discriminate. Okay, they're absolute. Okay, that's what he's saying. And here he's saying they're absolute. They're undeviating. Okay, they don't change. You can't change the laws to work for you. Okay, you can't manipulate the laws to work for you. The universal laws is as is. Okay, same way with our subconscious mind. Our subconscious mind can't dictate between what's reality and what's not reality. Okay, your subconscious mind just gives you what is. Do you understand that? It gives you what is. What it means by that, if you think good thoughts, it's going to give you good thoughts. If you think negative, it's going to give you negative. Bottom line. Okay, it doesn't matter if you're a good person or a bad person. Okay, the universal laws don't play favorites. Your subconscious mind doesn't play favorites. It's just giving you what your secret thoughts are. what the real you is. That's what it's giving you. Now, sometimes you might like it and dislike it, but that's the actual truth. We're down here. A noble and godlike character is not a thing of favor or chance, but it is the natural result of continued effort in the right thinking. So this is what he's saying. A noble and godlike character, okay, if you believe in God, what he's saying is it's not a thing of favor or chance. God isn't giving you favor over another person. God isn't playing favorites, okay? The laws work. The laws are precise. The laws are absolute. You can't manipulate the laws that work for you like you learned in school. You learned in school how you can manipulate your teachers to like you and lie to them and stuff like that. You go to work and get a job, you can manipulate your boss to like you and stuff like that. You can manipulate things, tell little white lies to kind of get what you want. But then that doesn't work when you actually work with the universal law. That doesn't work no more when you go into manifesting. Because now you're trying to manipulate. Now you're trying to tell baby lies, okay? But you can't manipulate law, okay? So a noble godlike character is not a thing of favor or chance, but is the natural result of a continued effort and the right thinking. The effect of long cherished association with godlike thoughts and ignoble and bestial character by the same process is the result of the continued harboring of groveling thoughts. So listen to this. The effect of long cherished association with godlike thoughts. So if you continue effort in the right thinking by law, you have godlike thoughts. What does godlike thoughts mean? It's they're positive, they're pure, they're good. You're looking for good in every situation. Even when you talk to somebody, you're pulling out the good, what you like about the person. You're not pulling out the negative and the bad. You're always pulling out the good. That's what he means by godlike thoughts. But he also says he flips it. Because remember, universal law flips. If there's a positive, there has to be a negative. If there's positive thinking, well, there has to be negative thinking. It's on the same line, okay? And again, it doesn't play favorites. That's why he's saying here, and he says it kind of weird a little bit, even for myself, when I'm reading it, he says it a little bit weird because it's Old English. But then he flips it and he says, by the same process, is the result of the continued harboring of groveling thoughts. What does he mean by groveling thoughts and harboring thoughts? Meaning that we're harboring resentment, we're harboring negativity. This is our secret thoughts. Our secret negative thoughts are going to do the same thing. Like attracts like. If I'm doing the right thinking and positive thinking, well, positive has to come to me. But at the same time, if I'm harboring resentment, harboring negativity, that's going to come to me as well. And it's going to come to me just as easy as me thinking positive. Man is made or unmade by himself. Listen to this. You, myself, is made or unmade by ourselves. In the armory of thought, he forges the weapons by which he destroys himself. Listen, this is so powerful. In the armory of thought, we forge the weapons which destroys ourselves. He also fashions the tools with which he builds for himself heavenly mansions of joy and strength and peace. By the right choice and the true application of thought, man ascends to the divine perfection. By the abuse and the wrong application of thought, now he's doing the opposite. Okay, now he's doing the opposite down here. He's playing devil's advocate, but he's also, I want you to pay attention here. You're on the same line. Okay, that's what he's doing. You got positive thought, but the law works opposite. You also has a negative. It's on the same line. Okay, same way there's a hot and a cold. There's an up and a down. Okay, there's always an opposite to the law. So what he's trying to communicate here is that when you think positive, you think godlike thoughts in his language here, thoughts of purity, thoughts of good, and you're pulling out the good in every situation. He's given that example that, it's the armory of thought. It's all of our thoughts, all of the thoughts that we're processing. Sometimes we're verbalizing it. Sometimes it's just our secret thoughts. Sometimes we're just talking to ourselves. And he says, armory of thought, he forges the weapons by which he destroys himself. So either our thoughts kind of make us or our thoughts break us. That's what he's saying here. Then he says he also fashioned the tools from which he builds for himself heavenly mansions of joy and strength and peace. Meaning if I think positive, I always think good, it has to come back to me. But then he flips it. Then he says by the right choice and a true application of thought, man ascends to the divine perfection. But from there he flips it. And he says by the abuse and wrong application of thought, when we're thinking negative, we're pulling out the negativity. We're constantly talking about what we don't like about a situation. We're constantly talking about what we don't like about other people. What do you think is going to happen? And he goes on and says, he descends below the level of the beast. Between these two extremes are all grades of character, and the man is their maker and master. Remember, you are the maker and the master of your life. And it's driven by your process of thought. It's driven on how you're thinking. It's driven by, in your 3D world, it's driven by, we all have obstacles that pop up in front of us, sometimes every single day. But it's really our perception of these obstacles. That's why he's saying, man, everybody is their maker and master. But we're talking about thought here. You're the maker and master of your life. Of all the beautiful truths pertaining to the soul which have been restored and brought to light in this age, none is more gladdening or fruitful of divine promise and confidence than this, that man is the master of thought, the molder of character, and the maker and shaper of condition, environment, and destiny. I love that when he says it. He says it kind of perfectly. That man, that you, that me, is the master of our thoughts, the molder of our character, and the maker and shaper of condition, environment, and destiny. Of our conditions, of our environment, and our destiny. We're the maker of it. We're the master of it. As a being of power, intelligence, and love, and the Lord of his own thoughts, man holds the key to every situation and contains within himself that transforming and regenerative agency by which he may make himself what he wills. Let me turn this on green. I kind of love when he says this right here. This is fantastic. I'm going to read this one more time to you, and we'll kind of talk about this. As for being power, intelligence, and love, and the Lord of his own thoughts, meaning you're the Lord of your own thoughts. What does that mean? You're the master of your thoughts. You're the maker of your thoughts. You're the maker of your destiny. What that means is what you see in your 3D world, no matter if you like it or not, you've made that. And this is really the hard concept, or the hardest concept for people to grasp, or for people to want to really believe. Okay, even for myself, that if my life has been kind of going negative for the last few years, it's hard for me to say, well, I created all this. But this is what he's saying here, is that we're the Lord of our own thoughts. We're the master and maker of our own thoughts. And what does that mean? We're producing our outside world. So what's ever happening in my 3D world, I'm creating it. Okay, it's happening from my horrible thoughts. It's happening from my secret thoughts. Then he says, man holds the key. Listen to this. You hold the key to every situation in your life. You hold the key. You hold the answers. You have all the answers. Okay, this is our subconscious mind. This is our intuition and perception. And then he says, and contains within himself that transforming and regenerative agency by which he may make himself what he wills. So you're holding a power within you. Everything's within. Remember, that's why I said it's within out. If you don't like your outside world, you like what's going on inside you, you have to look within yourself. So I bet you within yourself, you have resentment, you have negativity. You're looking for the bad. If you look for the bad, you look for the negativity. Maybe you're saying it as a joke, but it's a repetitive joke you always say to yourself. But it's negative. Remember, the subconscious mind doesn't take jokes. It doesn't have humor. It's not a comedian. It just takes it as is. If you're saying something negative, but I'm saying it sarcastically, I'm saying it funny, but it's something that I always say over and over and over and over. You know what I mean? It's kind of one of those repetitive things I say, that I say, well, this always happens to me. Every time if I go pick up food, I bet they're going to make a mistake. You know, maybe I say it funny when I'm with people, but my subconscious mind don't think it's funny. This is taking it as is. It's just basically saying, well, that's what Chad wants. I'm going to give Chad this. Chad's saying this, I'm going to give it to him. But that's what he always thinks about. So I'm going to give him more of that. Man is always the master. Listen to this. Change the color here. Man is always the master. You are always the master, even in his weaker and most abandoned state. But in his weakness and degradation, he is the foolish master who misgoverns his household. When he begins to reflect upon his condition and to search diligently for the law upon which his being is established. Listen, when he says this, when he begins to reflect, what does that mean? When you begin to reflect, what happens is when you begin to be aware, or lots of times in my videos, I'll talk a lot about awareness. This is really the beginning step. You start being aware of your condition. You start being aware of the environments you're in. You start being aware of your thoughts that you have. You start being aware of what you're saying out loud. You start being aware of how you talk to your friends. If you go to work today and your friends ask you, hey, how's it going? What have you been up to? Really listen to people. Lots of times people will be like, oh, it's going okay. It could be better. Make sense? That's what's actually attracting to you. You kind of have an undertone of resentment, an undertone of negativity. Well, that's kind of what's inside you. Okay, start being aware, because once we're really aware, and this can be a frustrating exercise as well, because sometimes when we're aware of what we're doing, and we don't like it, you know what I mean, and we tend to beat ourselves up over it. Okay, don't beat yourself up. It is what it is. Is that be aware, but once you're aware, the good news is you can fix it, you can change it, you can start adapting. So he says, when he begins to reflect upon his condition and to search diligently for the law upon which his being is established, he then becomes the wise master. Listen, like once you start becoming aware of what you're doing, you start becoming a wise master. You start becoming a master or maker of your thoughts, directing his energies with intelligence and fashioning his thoughts in fruitful issues. Such is the conscious master, and the man can only thus become by discovering within himself the laws of thought, which discovery is totally a matter of application, self-analysis, and experience. And this is kind of what we've been talking about in this chapter here, and especially when I brought up the word awareness, being aware. And he says it at the very end, which discovery, meaning what he's saying is like once you're aware, once you start discovering what you're doing, and you start really paying attention to your thoughts, the secret thoughts, what you're saying out loud, what you're really thinking. Okay, once you start being aware, you start discovering what you're doing. And then he says, which discovery is totally a matter of application. Self-analysis. Self-analysis is you're analyzing yourself. It's being aware of what you're doing and experience. Only by much searching, only by much searching and mining are the gold and diamonds obtained, and man can find every truth connected with his being. Listen, man can find every truth connected to his being. You can find every truth. Any answer you're searching for is within you. That's the great power of subconscious mind. Now, I was watching a good series on the subconscious mind maybe a week ago, last week, and I forget what the series was called. They were really doing amazing experiments with the subconscious mind. And like one of them was basically they could teach kids, they would put blindfolds on kids, and really like high-tech blindfolds where you can't see through them, you can't look down or peek through, and they could actually train them to read being blindfolded. They could pick up any book and actually start reading it and not seeing it with their eyes. And at first you think it's fake, but then then they do example after example, and it's like, dude, these kids have, there's no way they're peeking because they have like really expensive blindfolds on. But the power of our subconscious mind, they said, like when I was watching, is that our subconscious mind has all the answers. Our subconscious mind has all the answers that we're searching for, all the answers that we want to know, all the answers that we're asking is within ourselves, our subconscious mind. But it's our conscious mind, it's our thinking mind, our analytical mind that shuts it off. Our thinking mind, our conscious mind, pretty much don't know the answers. That's why we seek for answers outside of ourselves. We ask our friends, we ask our bosses at work, we ask our coaches and mentors. Most of the time we're going to our friends that have the same life that we do or a little bit worse off, and we're trying to take their advice. But in reality, the truth is all truth is connected within ourselves. Okay, we just have to develop our intuition, develop our perception, and really our confidence in believing in ourselves. But the answers are always within us. And that's what he's saying. And every man can find every truth connected within his being. If he will dig deep into the mind of his soul, and that he is the maker of his character, the molder of his life, and the builder of his destiny, he may unerringly prove, if he will watch, control, and alter his thoughts, tracing their effects upon himself, upon others, and upon his life and circumstances, linking cause and effect by patient practice and investigation, and utilizing his every experience, even to the most trivial everyday occurrence, as a means of obtaining that knowledge of himself, which is understanding, wisdom, power. And this direction, as in no other, is the law absolute, that he that seeks finds, and to him that knocks it shall be opened. For only by patience, practice, and ceaseless opportunity can a man enter the door of the temple of knowledge. And right then and there, that was so powerful. This is the end of chapter 1. But when I went off about right here, and I didn't really stop, because once I started going, he wrote this so powerful to wrap up this chapter. I'm going to read it one more time for you, and then we're going to wrap up this chapter, because I thought it was just so powerful what he said, and I think we need to hear this again. And even for myself, and I've been doing this stuff for a long time, for decades, and even for myself, I'm always at a different place when I go through these books. I always pull out something when I read these books, and that should be what you're trying to do as well. No matter if you read this book one time, you never read a book, you read it 10 times, 50 times, 100 times, you're getting something out of it because you're in a different place every time you read it. So I'll read it to you one more time. And man can find every truth connected to his being. If he will dig deep into the mind of his soul, if you will go deep, you'll find that you have all the answers within yourself. And that he is the maker of his character. You're the maker and the master of your character. You're the molder of your life and the builder of your destiny. He may unerringly prove, and this is to you, you can unerringly prove, if you will watch, control, and alter your thoughts, tracing their effects upon yourself, upon others, and upon your life and circumstances, linking cause and effect. Remember, you're linking cause and effect. You're basically what you're doing when he gets down here, and he's talking about linking cause and effect. What he's talking about is you're being aware. Okay, you're linking cause and effect. You're paying attention. Okay, you're aware. You're aware of, well, I've been thinking negative for the past couple of weeks. Now all these negative things are coming in my life. Why is that? Why is this happening? So that's what he means by linking cause and effect. Cause and effect is, if I think positive, only positive can come to me. Okay, you reap what you sow. That's another way of putting it. If you sow good seed, if you sow good, good has to come back to you. If you sow bad, bad has to come back to you. So you're linking, you're paying attention, you're linking cause and effect. You're seeing what's going on. You're paying attention in your own life. Then he says, linking cause and effect by patient practice and investigation. You're being patient. You're practicing. You're taking your time, and you're investigating all your thoughts you have. Voicing them in within yourself, and you're utilizing your every experience, even to the most trivial, everyday occurrence, as a means of attaining that knowledge of yourself, which is understanding, wisdom, and power. And this direction, as in no other, is the law absolute. Now we're right here. The law of absolute. What does that mean? Law of absolute is, it is what it is. You can't manipulate it to work for you. That's the power of any universal law. Every universal law is absolute. If there's a hot, there has to be a cold. You can't manipulate it to work for you. You can't manipulate it that if you're working with hot, I can't manipulate it not to burn me. That's what he's saying. Okay, if I'm playing with fire, I can't manipulate the fire not to burn myself. Okay, and that's another way to put it. And I just thought about that. That I can't manipulate it. If I'm playing with fire outside, I can't manipulate it. I can't just stick my hand in the fire and think, well, it's not going to burn me. Because what do you think is going to happen? It's going to burn me. That's what I mean by manipulating. That's what we do in our daily life. Like once we're aware, we start trying to manipulate things to work for us. We start trying to manipulate people to get what we want. But you can't manipulate universal law. That's what he's saying here. The law is absolute. What's the law here? What's the law that he's referring to? He's referring to, let me highlight it for you. It's right here. He that seeks finds. Listen to this. I mean, this even comes from the Bible and other religions, not just the Bible. He that seeks find, and to him that knocks it shall be opened. They were saying this is a law. This is law absolute. It is what it is. If you seek, you have to find. If you knock, the door has to be open to you. That's by law. And then he continues, for only by practice, patience, and ceaseless importunity. What does he mean by this? For only by patience. You have to be patient to work this law, because you're trying to understand it on a deeper level. At the same time, you're trying to be persistent with it and consistent with it. So you have to be patient, and you have to practice it. Practice it daily in your life. This isn't about you do it for a couple days and you think it don't work and you move on and you never think about it again until a year later. You have to be patient with it. You have to practice it, and you have to have ceaseless importunity. What does that mean? You have to be persistent. No matter what's going on, you have to be persistent with it. And then he says, can you enter the door of the temple of knowledge? So chapter 2 is called Effect of Thought on Circumstances. This is a wonderful, wonderful chapter. This is a crazy good chapter. The effect on thought on circumstances. So, and this is probably the longest chapter in this book. This is 8 pages. So since it's a little bit longer, let's rock and roll and dive into this. Man's mind may be likened to a garden, which may be intelligently cultivated or allowed to run wild. But whether cultivated or neglected, it must and will bring forth. If no useful seeds are put into it, then an abundance of useless weed seeds will fall therein and will continue to produce their kind. And now I highlighted this in green, but this is like really so important, because it's amazing how every old school prosperity teachers, when they talk about the mind, they all use the mind like a garden. Okay, and it's really how you cultivate your garden of your mind. Meaning that if you're not in control of your thoughts, weeds are going to grow in your mind. And if right now I'm in Ohio, and my mom and my sister, but my brother-in-law owns he's a farmer, so he owns farmland. So he's been a farmer it's been in his family for generations. So when you live on farmland, or you have just a huge acres of land, and you have to mow your grass, but if you don't keep up with it, it's funny how if you don't keep up with it, when weeds grow, what happens is in real life, in the law of nature, the roots get stronger. So even though the weeds, when they're short, it's super easy to mow over, but if you just let it go, like the whole entire summer, those like weak weeds actually turn into really strong, plants, really strong weeds that you can't almost take a mower over anymore. You have to bring over more of like a farmer mower, more of a heavy duty mower to mow over it, because the weeds actually turn into like really big and thick. And it's when you use that and you have that experience. I mean, it's funny how old school prosperity teachers, when they talk about the mind, you talk about thought, and especially when we fester on things, we all fester on things. Our mind is going 24 hours a day until we actually go to sleep at night. It's just constantly going. We're constantly thinking. Most of the time, we're constantly thinking about negative things, and we just fester on it. It's on like a giant hamster wheel. And if we're not careful, and this is what he's saying, if we're not careful, just like weeds in a garden, just outside weeds, if you don't tend to it, you don't tend to your garden, weeds get out of control. Then even if you have a garden, the weeds will actually squeeze the life out of your plants. Your pretty flowers, or maybe you're trying to grow tomatoes and vegetables and stuff like that, they'll actually squeeze the nutrition out of your plants. So it's amazing how he talks about this, because one of the things that comes to mind is Neville Goddard. Like most of us, like on my channel, we love Neville Goddard technique. And Neville Goddard talks about, especially in Pruning Shears of a Vision, he always talks about the mind as a garden, and having pruning shears, basically he called pruning shears of a vision, where you go to bed at nighttime, and 5 or 10 minutes before you go to bed, you prune your garden. You go back in your day, and anything negative, you take that out of your day, and you relive it inside your imagination. That's how you prune your garden. You basically take pruning shears and you cut your garden. You trim around all the weeds and grass, and you keep it a beautiful garden in your mind. And what's kind of even special about James Allen here, this book was published in 1902. Okay, this was even before Neville Goddard's time. So when it was published in 1902, James Allen is teaching Neville Goddard stuff right here. Neville Goddard, I believe, passed away. He passed away in the early 1970s, and he was relatively young. He was only about 67. So this was even before Neville Goddard's time. So let's kind of continue here. So James Allen continues with a garden ideology a little bit. Just as a gardener cultivates his plot, keeping it free from weeds and growing the flowers and fruits which he requires, so may a man tend the garden of his mind. This is just what I've been saying. Just like Neville Goddard, you need to tend the garden of your mind with all your thoughts you have. You need to tend the garden. If not, your thoughts, your negative thoughts, just get stronger and stronger and stronger, and the roots dig deeper and deeper and deeper. Just like a weak little plant, when the roots grow stronger, 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 that weak little plant grows stronger, 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 and it becomes more difficult to actually trim your garden. It becomes more difficult to actually mow your grass. And he continues, weeding out all the wrong, useless, and impure thoughts, cultivating toward perfection the flowers and fruits of right, useful, and pure thoughts. And I'm right here. By pursuing this process, a man sooner or later discovers that he is the master gardener of his soul, the director of his life. I mean, isn't that great? And this is only in chapter 2. Now remember, in chapter 1, we really discussed, with thought and character, you're the master. You're the maker of your thoughts. And he says that man sooner or later discovers that he is the master gardener of his soul, the director of his life. He also reveals within himself the laws of thought and understands with every increasing accuracy how the thought forces and mind elements operate in the shaping of his character, circumstances, and destiny. Thought and character are one. Now remember, thought and character, this was chapter 1, and As a Man Thinketh. This is what we kind of went through in chapter 1. So he's really connecting chapter 1 and chapter 2 here. So if you're just jumping into this and you haven't watched chapter 1, actually go back right now and watch chapter 1. Because especially with these old school prosperity books, they really build on every chapter. So if you're trying to jump in right in the middle, you might get lost a little bit, because they really, when it goes from chapter 1, they really build on chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4. So you're going to get way more out of it starting from the beginning. Thought and character are one. And its character can only manifest and discover itself through environment and circumstance. Listen to that. Thought and character are one. And its character can only manifest and discover itself through environment and circumstance. The outer conditions of a person's life will always be found to be harmoniously related to his inner state. What does that mean? It means what we've been talking about, even in chapter 1. Everything comes from within out. So whatever your field, whatever your deep beliefs are, whatever your secret beliefs are, whatever your secret thoughts are, whatever you're thinking about all day long, that comes from within. And if you don't fix it, it's sooner or later going to manifest in your external environment. This does not mean that a man's circumstances at any given time are an indication of his entire character, but that those circumstances are so intimately connected with some vital thought element within himself that for the time being, they are indispensable to his development. Every man is where he is by the law of his being. Listen to this. Every man is where he is by the law of his being. Now again, I discussed this in chapter 1, but again, when he says man, he means everybody. Since it's an old school book, old school books really reference man. So what he's meaning is by everybody, every human. You know, this isn't 2024. This isn't general neutral writing. This isn't writing in third person or first person or second person. So when he says every man, he means everybody. And that's what was meant back in the day also. He means everybody, because this is way more old English, old school writing. And I wanted to, I got the original one, or the original As a Man Thinketh, just because I really wanted it how James Allen really wrote it. I didn't want a revised version of it. So I stuck with this version for a purpose of it, because I didn't want somebody else coming in and revising it, changing his words around, changing his thoughts around, and stuff like that. So every man, everybody, you, is where he is by law of his being. The thoughts which he has built into his character have brought him there. Meaning your thoughts right now, what's ever going on, your life that you manifested is from your thoughts right now and your thoughts in the past. That's what you see in your external environment. That's what we have to really come to terms with here. And in the arrangement of his life, there is no element of chance, but all is the result of a law which cannot err. This is just as true of those who feel out of harmony with their surroundings, of those who are contented with them. As we progress in evolving being, I'll say this one more time. As we progress in evolving being, man is where he is that he may learn, that he may grow. And as he learns the spiritual lesson which any circumstance contains for him, it passes away and gives place to other circumstances. Man is buffeted by circumstances so long as he believes himself to be the creature of outside conditions. Listen to this. This is so powerful. And I'll reword this a little bit. Man is buffeted by circumstances as long as he believes to himself that he's controlled by his outside conditions. No, this is so true. You know, with most people, you know, sometimes I can fall in the trap of this, you know, myself, if I'm not careful. And even for yourself, is we think we're in control by what's going on the outside of us, what's going on in my external world. Okay, so most of us live that our 3D world is in control of us. We're controlled by outside forces. We're controlled by all these roadblocks that jump in our way. Okay, but what we have to come to terms with, we're actually in control, because we're in control from within. It comes from within out. But he says, James Allen says, but when we realize that he is a creative power and that he may command the hidden soil and seeds of his being out of which circumstances grow, he then becomes the rightful master of himself. I'm going to read this little paragraph one more time all together because it's so powerful. Really listen to this. Man is buffeted by circumstances so long as he believes himself to be the creature of outside conditions. But when he realizes that he is a creative power and that he may command the hidden soil and seeds of his being out of which circumstances grow, he then becomes the rightful master of himself. Okay, this is what we're all trying to do when we talk about manifesting. We're trying to be a master of ourselves, a master of our thoughts. Okay, if we can control our thoughts, we can control our thought life exactly how we want them, we can have anything in this world. We can have anything in our 3D world. And let me change the color here real quick, because when he says a creative power right here, what does he mean by that? Creative power. That means going inside your imagination. You have that creative power. Remember, it starts from within out. You have that creative power, just like Neville Goddard teaches. Neville Goddard teaches, you set an intention, you go inside your imagination. You go inside, you have that creative power. That creative power is imagination. You go inside your imagination and you create an imaginal scene, like an imaginal movie of what you want, what your intention is. You see yourself doing it. You're actually doing it. You're feeling yourself doing it. And then you drift off to sleep to influence your subconscious mind. That's what your creative power is. It's your imagination. Then he continues that circumstances grow out of thought. Every man knows who has for any length of time practiced self-control and self-purification. For he will have noticed that the altercation in his circumstances has been an exact ratio with his altered mental state. So what he means by this is that your thought life is an exact ratio. Your outside world is in the exact ratio, the exact mental condition of your thought life. You're getting exactly how your thought life is. You're getting, your outside world is exactly your secret you, your secret life, your secret thoughts. So you're getting, it's working from the inside out. But remember, universal law doesn't discriminate. Okay, it is. Okay, if you have more positive thoughts than negative, well, positive is going to come to you. But if you have more negative thoughts, well, negative is going to come to you. I'm right here. So true is this, that when a man earnestly applies himself to remedy the defects in his character and make swift and marked progress, he passes rapidly through a succession of vicissitudes. The soul attracts that which it secretly harbors. This is so powerful. The secret you. When I bring up the secret you, or secret thoughts, or secret beliefs, we're complaining secretly to ourselves. We're not telling anybody. We don't even tell our significant other. This is what he says here. It's so powerful. The soul attracts that which it secretly harbors. Listen, I'll say this one more time and I'll move on. Your soul attracts that which it secretly harbors, that which it loves, and also that which it fears. So you attract what you love and you attract what you fear. It reaches the height of its cherished aspirations. It falls to the level of its unchastened desires, and circumstances are in the means by which the soul receives its own. That's why I keep on talking about the secret you, the secret self, your secret thoughts. Okay, see what happens is this is the best time to explain this. What happens is we think we can manipulate other people. Okay, we've kind of learned this going through school. We can talk our way out of things. We can manipulate things. We can manipulate other people to get what we want. We can do this on a job, manipulate the boss to get what we want. And we kind of learn to kind of manipulate the circumstances around us in order to get what we want. Then it seems like it's working for us. But then what happens is we take this strategy and then we think we can apply it to manifesting. Because we get involved with manifesting because we want to manifest a better life for ourselves, no matter what it is. But we take that same strategy with us. We think we can manipulate God. We think we can manipulate the laws of the universe. We think we can manipulate all these things. But remember, you can't fool God. You can't fool the universe. You can't fool Mother Nature. No matter what you want to say, you can't fool universal law. Universal law doesn't discriminate. Universal law doesn't play favorites. Your subconscious mind doesn't play favorites. It is what it is. If there's a hot, there has to be a cold. Okay, if you're messing with fire, you can't manipulate that fire to not get burned. If you stick your hand in a fire, you're going to get burned, no matter what. We all would agree with that. But see, what we try to do, we try to manipulate these laws. And this is what Hallowell is saying. Not Hallowell, this is what James Allen is saying. The soul attracts for which it secretly harbors, that which it loves, and also which it fears. It reaches the height of its cherished aspirations. It falls to the level of its unchastened desires, And circumstances are the means by which the soul receives its own. Every thought seed sown and or allowed to fall into the mind and to take root there produces its own, blossoming sooner or later into act and bearing its own fruitage of opportunity and circumstance. Good thoughts bear good fruit. Bad thoughts, bad fruit. Listen to this. This is so powerful. I'm gonna highlight this. This is why, it's when you go through these old school prosperity books, I mean, every flipping chapter, it's just full of wisdom and non-fluff. Listen to this. Every thought seed sown, where he's talking about you reap what you sow. Every thought seed sown or allowed to fall into your mind. We're talking about you're not in control of your mind. Whatever you think about, if you're letting negative thoughts in, okay, you start festering on, I don't like this person, I don't like this circumstance, and you're festering on what you don't like about it. Okay, take that example for a second. If I'm festering on what I don't like, that thought seed is sown, or it's allowed to fall into my mind. I'm festering on it, and to take root there, because as I'm festering on it, it's taking root in my mind. It's planted in my mind, and the longer it's holding in my mind, and we do this day in and day out, and the roots are growing and getting stronger, then James Allen said, it produces its own. Then he says it blossoms sooner or later into act. What does he mean by this? If it blossoms sooner or later into act, meaning that we're starting to see it in our outside world, and bearing its own fruitage of opportunity and circumstance. Then he says, and this is the law of compensation here. Good thoughts bear good fruit. Bad thoughts, bad fruit. This is just universal law. You have good thoughts, by law, good has to come to you. But if you have bad thoughts, by law, bad has to come to you. The outer world of circumstance shapes itself to the inner world of thought. And both pleasant and unpleasant external conditions are factors which make for the ultimate good of the individual. As the reaper of his own harvest, man learns both of suffering and bliss. He's still going on. He's still talking about you reap what you sow. Okay? This is even taken from the Bible. It's taken from many religions, not just the Bible. And he says, as the reaper of his own harvest, you reap what you sow. Whatever you sow comes back to you. Man learns both by suffering and bliss. Following the inmost desires, aspirations, thoughts by which he allows himself to be dominated. Pursuing the whips of impure imaginings and steadfastly walking the highway of strong and high endeavor, a man at last arrives at their fruition and fulfillment in the outer conditions of his life. The laws of growth and adjustment everywhere obtains. I'm moving on a little bit faster because since I've already read this, this chapter is a little bit long, and I know he explains it in more detail as we move along. A man does not come to the almshouse or the jail by the tyranny of fate or circumstance, by the way of pathway of the groveling thoughts and base desires. And when he says groveling thoughts, these are like negative thoughts. Nor does a pure-minded man fall suddenly into crime by stress of any mere external force. The criminal thought had long been secretly fostered in the heart, and the hour of opportunity revealed its gathered power. Circumstance does not make the man. It reveals him to himself. Listen to that. That's so powerful. Circumstance does not make the man. Circumstance does not make you, but it reveals to you to yourself. It's just revealing who you really are. It's like you're looking in a mirror. No such conditions can exist as descending into a vice and its attendant sufferings apart from vicious inclinations, or ascending into virtue and its pure happiness, without the continued cultivation of victorious aspirations. In man, therefore, as the Lord and Master of thought, is the maker of himself, the shaper and the author of environment. Listen to this. I'll say it one more time, so it's so powerful here. Therefore, as the Lord and Master of thought, you're the Lord and Master and the maker of your thought. is the maker of himself, the shaper and author of your environment. You're the shaper of your environment. That's what he's talking about. What's coming from within out. You're shaping your own environment. This is what we have to deeply understand. Okay, if you don't like what's going on in your outside world, what we really have to understand, you created it. If I don't like what's going on myself, if I don't like what's going on in my outside world, I have to come to grips with that I created it. Even at birth, the soul comes to its own, and through every step of its earthly pilgrimage, it attracts those combinations of conditions which reveal itself, which are the reflections of its own purity and impurity, its strength and weakness. Men do not attract that which they want, but that which they are. We've heard this over and over and over again. I bet you heard this. Men do not attract which they want. You do not attract by which you want, but by which you are. What does that mean? Which you are. It's like your secret you again, your deep-rooted beliefs. You're attracting within out. You're not attracting what you want, but you're attracting what you are. Their whims, fancies, and ambitions are thwarted at every step, but their inmost thoughts and desires are fed with their own food, be it foul or clean. The divinity that shapes our ends is in ourselves. Listen, our divinity that shapes our ends, that shapes our environment, is in ourselves. Okay, if you want to shape your environment, you want your dream house, your dream car, your dream career. It starts from within, out. It doesn't start from outside in. It is our very self. I'll say it one more time so I won't break up the sentence. The divinity that shapes our ends is in ourselves. It is our very self. Only himself manacles man. Thought and action are the goalers of fate. They imprison, being base. They are also the angels of freedom. They liberate, being noble. Not what he wishes and prays for does a man get, but what he justly earns. Not what he wishes and prays for does a man get, but what he justly earns. His wishes and prayers are only gratified and answered when they harmonize with his thoughts and actions. This is great stuff. Just super great stuff. This chapter, I love this chapter. His wishes and prayers. We're going to talk about prayer here for a little bit second. Because most of us, no matter if we believe in God, don't believe in God, most of us, sometime in our life, have went into prayer. Even for spiritual, even at church, even like we just had enough of life and we just constantly break down and sit down and pray. Okay. But listen to this when he talks about prayer. Your wishes and prayers are only gratified and answered. Listen to this. Are only gratified and answered by when they are harmonized with his thoughts and actions. Your prayers are only answered how it harmonizes with your thoughts. And I can tell you this, every single prosperity teacher, every single old school prosperity teacher, when they teach about prayer, agree with this. James Allen, out of this book. Raymond Hollowell, when we did the Working with the Law book. Napoleon Hill, even Neville Goddard, Thomas Troward, and the list goes on and on and on. It means if your prayers aren't being answered, you have to be aware of the state you're going into prayer. Most of us, when we come into prayer, we're coming into prayer at our last resort. We're coming into prayer with worry and doubt and fear that our prayers aren't going to be answered. And that's exactly what we get. We get more worry, doubt, and fear, and our prayers not answered because that's the state we're coming to. Remember, this is what James Allen is talking about here. Is your prayers are only gratified and answered how they harmonize with your thoughts and actions. So if you have thoughts of worry, doubt, and fear, that's what's going to harmonize with, and all you're going to get is more worry, doubt, and fear. But the opposite occurs. If you go to prayer, and even if you take the Bible, as you believe, you receive. You go to prayer in a state of belief. You ask and you believe and you receive. If you go to prayer in that state, you actually get what you prayed for. And sorry, I don't know if you can see me see me sweating here. It's actually super hot, and I turn off the fans and the air conditioner in the office just so I don't have the background sound. Um, but oh well. Let's continue. In the light of this truth, what then is the meaning of fighting against circumstances? Listen to this. Now he's talking about force, how force negates. Because this is what we do. We fight against circumstances. We don't like what's something going on. We don't like our negative thoughts. We don't like the negative roadblocks. And we start pushing against it. We start fighting it. And this is what he's talking about. What is the meaning of the fighting against circumstances? And he says it means that a man is continually revolting against an effect without, while all the time he is nourishing and preserving its cause in the heart. That cause may take the form of a conscious vice or an unconscious weakness, but whatever it is, it will stubbornly retards the efforts of its processor, and thus calls aloud for remedy. Listen, like he said it so perfectly here, is for one, when we're fighting against something with force. Now force, it doesn't matter. When we think about force, we think about physical force. Okay, now this is common sense. You know, if you're physically forcing somebody, of course they're going to turn away and run from you. Okay, they're going to expel from you. But the same thing occurs with mental force. When you're, even if mental force, you're trying to mental coerce something to happen, you're trying to mental coerce somebody else. No matter what type of force it is, force negates. Force, it stays away from you. It's the same concept as you can't let it go. You know, in manifesting, you always hear let it go. Okay, let go and let God. Okay, stop controlling the how. Okay, because if you truly don't let it go, and you're constantly thinking in your mind how something's going to happen, that's mental coercion. That's mental force. That's why it's not coming to you. Okay, so let's read it one more time. So I had one more thing I wanted to say, but I forgot. I'm sorry about that. But it says, it means that man is continually revolting against an effect without, while all the time he is nourishing and preserving its cause in the heart. And what he means by this is that the whole time you're fighting, okay, the whole time you're trying to force negates, but then at the same time, these outside circumstances are coming to you because of your secret self. Okay, your deep-rooted beliefs that you have, your secret thoughts. So it just keeps on coming to you. Then you're fighting against it, so it force negates, okay? So it's like a vicious cycle of karma. It just keeps on happening to you. Men are anxious to improve their circumstances, but are unwilling to improve themselves. Isn't that so true? Okay, people, everybody. People are anxious to improve their circumstances. Okay, this could be you, this could be me. You are anxious to improve your circumstances. You want to improve your circumstances. You want to improve your 3D world. But you are unwilling to improve yourself. Most people are unwilling to get a mentor and coach to make themselves better. They're unwilling to do personal development every day. They're unwilling to buy books on this subject. They're unwilling to just to sit down and watch a YouTube video. Then he continues, they therefore remain bound. Okay, if you're unwilling to improve yourself, you remain bound, you remain trapped in your circumstances that you don't like. The man who does not shrink from self-crucifixion can never fail to accomplish the object upon which his heart is set. This is as true of earthly as of heavenly things. Even the man whose sole object is to acquire wealth must be prepared to make great personal sacrifices before he can accomplish his object. And how much more so he who would realize a strong and well-poised life. Now here you see I have highlighted here, here, and here. Here James Allen gives 3 distinctive examples on what he's talking about. So he says here, 1, here is a man who is wretchedly poor. He is extremely anxious that his surroundings and home comfort should be improved. Yet all the time he shirks his work and considers he is justified to trying to deceive his employer on the ground of the insufficiency of his wages. Now I laugh because isn't it so true? All these 3 examples, even though this was published in 1902, now 120 years later, when it's 2024, actually 122 years later, 2024, these examples he's going to give are the same today as it was 122 years ago. So I'll read it one more time to you. Here is a man who is regularly poor. Okay, so he's poor, he's in poverty. He's extremely anxious that his surroundings and home comforts should be improved. Yet all the time he shirks his work, meaning he's negative about his work, and considers he is justified in trying to deceive his employer on the ground of insufficiency of his wages. Such a man does not understand the simplest rudiments of those principles which are the basis of true prosperity, and is not only totally unfitted to rise out of his wretchedness, but is actually attracting to himself still deeper wretchedness by dwelling in and acting out indolent, deceptive, and unmanly thoughts. Wow. Let me see what color I have this on. Let's go to green. Let me highlight the bottom here. So I really want to point out something that James Allen says. And he's explaining it in a different way, but he's really teaching Neville Goddard here. And this was before Neville Goddard's time, before Neville Goddard was even born. Listen to what he says. But is actually attracting to himself. Listen, here's a man, he's poor, he's in poverty. Okay, he has a job. Okay, he talks negative, puts the job down. That's what it means, shirks his work. Okay. Then on top of it, he deceives his employer. When he goes to work, he's manipulating, deceiving his employer. And basically on the grounds of, well, they're not paying me enough. Okay, they're not paying me enough, so that's why I deceive them. If they paid me more, then I would do the right thing. That's basically what's happening. But James Allen, he's twisting it. He changes it around. And right here, he says, such a man does not understand. He don't understand how the law works. He doesn't understand how universal law works. And he doesn't understand true prosperity, like right here. He don't understand how true prosperity works around universal law. Then he says, and is not only totally unfitted to rise out of his wretchedness. So he doesn't understand how the law works, but what he's doing, his whole thoughts is in poverty, his whole thoughts on negative about his work. Then he goes to work and he deceives and manipulates his employer. Then he makes excuses for doing it because he's not getting paid enough. Basically, he's living the law of karma. What the man don't understand is he can't attract prosperity. He can't get out of poverty because he's bound to it. He's bound to it by his actions and his thoughts. What is his actions? His actions is he's constantly thinking negative. He's constantly thinking negatives about his work. He constantly manipulates his boss, deceives his boss. So he's attracting like for like. It keeps him bound to that state. So this is why I keep wanting to say Raymond Hollowell, but James Allen, this is what James Allen says. But in actuality, attracting to himself a still deeper wretchedness by dwelling in. Remember, when you talk about dwelling in, what does it mean by dwelling in? It means he's living that lifestyle. Neville Goddard teaches about live in the inn, or dwell in the inn, or dwell within. Meaning that you become that person. Like if you want to be rich, when you live in the inn, dwell in the inn, you become that person. So what this man doesn't understand is when he's dwelling in this state, he's becoming more and more poor. He's becoming more and more of a wretched person. He's becoming more and more of a deceiver because that's what he's living in. That's his whole life. And that's why James Allen says, He's digging himself deeper into wretchedness by dwelling in and acting out indolent, deceptive, and unmanly thoughts. And then he gives a second example here. Here is a rich man. Now he reverses it. The first example was a poor man in poverty. Now he's given an example of a rich man, a wealthy man. So then he says, here is a rich man who is the victim of a painful and persistent disease as a result of gluttony. Now, gluttony is meaning that, you overeat all the time. You just, it doesn't matter about your health. Your health can be ruined. You could have diabetes and stuff like that, but you just don't care. You just keep on eating all the sugar and sugary foods and stuff like that. That's gluttony. Then he continues, he is willing to give large sums of money to get rid of it. So he's paying large sums of money to hospital and doctor bills. But he will not sacrifice his gluttonous desires. Listen to this. He will not give up eating. He will not give up a better lifestyle, a healthy lifestyle for his unhealthy lifestyle. He won't give it up. He wants to gratify his taste for rich and unnatural foods and have his health as well. Such a man is totally unfit to have health because he has not yet learned the first principles of a healthy life. The third example here. Here is an employer of the labor who adopts crooked measures to avoid paying the regulation of wage. Now he's giving a business example. And then now he's kind of, basically you have an employer, they're avoiding labor laws and they're paying below minimum wage. That's what we would call it today. So here's an employer of labor who adopts crooked measures to avoid paying the regulation of wage. So he's talking about minimum wage. So here's an employer, he's paying you below minimum wage. And in the hope of making larger profits, reduces the wages of his work people. Such a man is altogether unfitted for prosperity. And when he finds himself bankrupt, both as regards reputation and riches, he blames circumstances, not knowingly that he is the sole author of his condition. See, basically what he's giving in all three examples, you reap what you sow. Okay, it doesn't matter. The law of compensation, listen to this, the law of compensation is you look always for good in every situation, not just good for yourself. You look always for good in every situation. You have a negative roadblock, it doesn't matter if 99% is negative. You pull out that 1% good. Okay, when you talk to other people, meet other people, you always pull out their good. You always think about them in good. But we actually do the opposite. Like most of the time when we talk about other people, we talk about them in a negative way. We're always focusing on what we don't like about them, or what should be improved about them, no matter which way we finagle it. But we should always always pull out, no matter every circumstance, of good. Bringing this down a little bit, I have introduced these three cases. Now he's basically doing a summary here. I have introduced these three cases merely as an illustrative of the truth that man is the causer. So man, everybody, you're the causer of your circumstances. You're the causer of your outside world. What's going on that you don't like, somewhere along the line, you've caused it. You've attracted it. Though nearly always is unconscious. Listen to that. I'll reread it so I have something to say. I have introduced these three cases merely as illustrative of the truth that man is the causer, though nearly always unconsciously, meaning you don't know what you're doing. You're just doing it unconscious. You're not doing it on purpose to yourself because you're not aware of it. I've introduced these three cases merely as illustrative of the truth that man is a causer of his circumstances, and that whilst aiming at the good end, he is continually frustrating its accomplishment by encouraging thoughts and desires which cannot possibly harmonize with that end. And this is so true. What's happening here is let's put it this way. Let's say you're trying to attract your dream home. Okay, so you have thoughts of your dream home, and you might visualize your dream home, but at the same time, you still have these deep-rooted beliefs that you don't deserve your dream home. You still have these deep-rooted secret thoughts that, it's not going to happen to me. It might happen to my best friend Joe down the road, but it's not going to happen to me. And that's what he means by this. Is when he says he is continually frustrating its accomplishment. You are continually frustrating what you want to accomplish, what you want, by encouraging thoughts and desires which cannot possibly harmonize with what you want. Such cases could be multiplied and varied almost indefinitely, but this is not necessary, as the reader can, if he so resolves, trace the action of the laws of thought in his own mind and life. And until this is done, mere external facts cannot serve as a ground of reasoning. Circumstances, however, are so complicated. Thought is so deeply rooted, and the conditions of happiness vary so vastly with individuals that a man's entire soul condition cannot be judged by another from the external aspect of his life alone. A man may be honest in certain directions, yet suffer privations. A man may be dishonest in certain directions, yet acquire wealth. But the conclusion usually form that the one man fails because of his particular honesty and that the other prospers because of his particular dishonesty is a result of a superficial judgment. Isn't that so true? And I'm right here. In conclusion, when he's kind of wrapping up this thought here, usually is formed that the one man fails of his particular honesty. But he's talking about basically what he's talking about here is an honest person versus a dishonest person, and how manifesting really works. Okay, we tend to believe that if you're honest and good, bad will happen to you. Then the dishonest people, they always attract good. That's basically what he's saying. Is that then the man fails because of his particular honesty, and that the other prospers because of his particular dishonesty is a result of a superficial judgment, which assumes that the dishonest man is almost totally corrupt and the honest man almost entirely victorious. In the light of a deeper knowledge and the wider experience, such judgment is found to be erroneous. The dishonest man may have some admirable virtues, which on the other does not possess, and the honest man obnoxious vices which are absent in the other. The honest man reaps the good results of his honest thoughts and acts. He also brings upon himself the sufferings which his vices produce. The dishonest man likewise garners his own suffering and happiness. So what this means is universal law doesn't play favorites. This is what I'm saying. Your subconscious mind is just giving you what is. You can't manipulate the law. It is pleasing to human vanity to believe that one suffers because of one's virtue, but not until a man has I'm so sorry. Not until man has extirpated every sickling, bitter, and impure thought from his mind, and washed every sinful stain from his soul, can he be in a position to know and declare that his sufferings are the result of his good, and not of his bad qualities. And on the way to, yet long before he has reached that supreme perfection, he will have found, working in his mind and life, the great law which is absolutely just, and which cannot therefore give good for evil. Listen to this, I'm right here. Let me put this on a different color, kind of tired of white here. Listen, the great law, he's talking about the great laws of the universe, because every law works the same in this example. The great law, which is absolutely just, okay, meaning like every law has an opposite. It's absolutely just. Okay, there's a hot, there has to be a cold. There's a positive, has to be a negative. So the great law, which is absolutely just, and which cannot, therefore, give good for evil and evil for good. That's breaking the law. Okay, that's living against the law. If you give good, good has to come to you. If you give evil, evil has to come to you. You don't give good and evil comes to you. You don't give evil and good comes to you. Then he continues, possessed of such knowledge, he will then know, looking back upon his past ignorance and blindness, that his life is and always was justly ordered, and that all his past experiences, good and bad, were the equitable outworking of his evolving yet unevolved self. Good thoughts and actions can never produce bad results. This is what I just said. Good thoughts and actions can never produce bad results. Why? Because that would actually break universal law. Good has to always give good to you. You reap what you sow. Then he continues, bad thoughts and actions can never produce good results. This is but saying that nothing can come from corn but corn. Okay, if you plant corn, you're not going to get wheat. If you plant corn, you're not going to get a tomato. If you plant corn, you don't get corn. Nothing from nettles but nettles. Men understand this law in the natural world. Listen to this. The laws of nature, when you talk about laws of nature, especially if you want to build a garden, a flower garden, a vegetable garden, you have to adhere to the laws of nature. If you don't, you're not going to have a wonderful garden. So this is what he says. Men understand this law in the natural world and work with it, but few understand it in the mental and moral world. Though its operation there is just as simple and undeviating, and they, therefore, do not cooperate with it. See, isn't it really weird when he puts it that way? Like, we understand natural law. Well, not natural law. We understand nature's law. We understand the laws of nature. And for example, either with farming, or you want your own garden, you want your own flower garden, you want to plant your own little vegetable garden to grow tomatoes and beans and maybe little herb plants. Okay, we understand that we have to obey the laws of nature. We can't plant in winter and expect everything to grow. It's not gonna happen because we're violating that law. But then James Allen says, well, we understand the laws of nature, but at the same time, we don't understand the laws of our mental and moral world. Suffering is always the effect of wrong thought in some direction. Listen, suffering is always the effect of wrong thought in some direction. It is an indication that the individual is out of harmony with himself. Listen, if things are not going your way, all it means is you're not in harmony with yourself, with the law of his being. You're not in harmony with the law of your being. Okay, you're in disharmony. Okay, what you want, your dream life, but yet you have all these negative thoughts. You're not in harmony with it. That's why it's not coming to you. That's why you keep on producing negative thing after negative thing. The sole and supreme use of suffering is to purify, to burn out all that is useless and impure. Suffering ceases for him who is pure. There could be no object in burning gold after the dross has been removed, and a perfectly pure and enlightened being could not suffer. The circumstances which man encounters with suffering are the result of his own mental inharmony. That's what we've been talking about. I just said that. And even though I read this chapter, of course it's not memorized. But your circumstances, your outside world, which you encounter with suffering, are the result of your own mental inharmony. Again, like I just said, okay, you want your dream life, but it's not in harmony with your thought life right now. The circumstances which a man encounters with blessedness are the result of his own mental harmony. Blessedness, not material possessions, is the measure of right thought. Reckonedness, not lack of material possessions, is the measure of wrong thought. A man may be cursed and enriched. Listen, right here. A man may be cursed and rich. He may be blessed and poor. Blessedness and riches are only joined together when the riches are rightly and wisely used. And the poor man only descends into reckonedness when he regards his lot as a burden unjustly imposed. Indigence and indulgence are the two extremes of reckonedness. They are both equally unnatural and the result of mental disorder. A man is not rightly conditioned until he is a happy, healthy, and prosperous being. And happiness and health and prosperity are the result of a harmonious adjustment of the inner with the outer, of the man with his surroundings. Remember, it's your happiness, you're in harmony. It starts from within and it goes out. So now he's talking about how, like you want to manifest your dream house, you want to manifest your dream car. Okay, maybe you want to be a millionaire, you manifest your dream career, but you want these things. You study neurology, you go inside your imagination, okay, but you're not living in harmony with it. You're not living in the yin with it. Living in the yin is actually being in harmony with it, meaning that in your 3D world, right now, in your present moment, your thoughts have to be aligned with what you want. Meaning your thoughts have to be pure, good, and positive with what you want. But instead, we're not in harmony with it. But instead, what's happening is we still remain ourselves. We still have our deep-rooted beliefs that hold us back. We still have that secret thoughts that hold us back. We still have those secret negative thoughts that we dwell on. A man only begins to be a man when he ceases to whine and revile and commences to search for the hidden justice which regulates his life. And as he adapts his mind to that regulating factor, he ceases to excuse others as the cause of his condition. Listen, he ceases to excuse others of the cause of his condition. What does that mean? It means when something bad happens to me, if something's going on that I don't like, what do people mainly do? They blame somebody else. They blame outside circumstances. They blame their boss, their employer, their job. They blame their husband and their wife, their significant other. They always blame something on the outside of us. Okay, we don't look within ourselves. So that's what he's saying. It's not the outside in, it's from the inside. It's from within out. That's what he's saying. He ceases to excuse others as a cause of his condition and builds with himself up in a strong and noble thoughts. Ceases to kick against circumstances, but begins to use them as aids in his more rapid progress and as a means of discovering the hidden powers and possibilities within himself. Law, not confusion, is the dominating principle in the universe. Listen to this. Law, not confusion. Now, if you're confused, you're in inharmony with the law. So that's why he says law, not confusion, is the dominating principle in the universe. Justice, not injustice, is the soul and substance of life. And righteousness, not corruption, is the molding and moving force in the spiritual government of the world. This being so, man has but to right himself to find that the universe is right. And during the process of putting himself right, he will find that as he alters his thoughts towards things and other people will alter towards him. Now, this is a long paragraph. This is it's almost a whole page here. The proof of this truth is in every person. So now he's going to give an example here and really explain what he's been talking about. The proof of this truth is in every person, and it therefore admits of easy investigation by systematic introspection and self-analysis. There's a whole thing, like we've talked before, about being aware. Self-analysis is being aware of what you're doing, being aware of your thoughts, being aware of what you're talking out loud, being aware of your deep-rooted beliefs. Start becoming aware. You're not going to do this in one day, but start becoming aware. Let a man radically alter his thoughts, and he will be astonished at the rapid transformation it will effect in the material conditions of his life. Men imagine that thought can be kept secret, but it cannot. Listen to this. Isn't it so true? Everybody, we imagine that thought can be kept secret, or secret thoughts. Nobody else knows. We think it's kept in secret, but he says, but it's not, but it cannot. It's not true. It rapidly crystallizes into habit, and habit solidifies into circumstance, meaning it manifests into our 3D world. Bestial thoughts crystallize into habits of drunkenness and sensuality, which solidify into circumstances of destitution and disease. Impure thoughts of every kind crystallize into enervating and confusing habits, which solidify into distracting and adverse circumstances. Thoughts of fear, doubt, and indecision. Listen to this. Thoughts of fear, doubt, and indecision. These are the three main things that everybody has in their life. Okay? And he says, thoughts of fear, and I'll highlight where I'm at so you can follow along. Thoughts of fear, doubt, and indecision crystallize into weak, unmanly, and irresolute habits, which solidify into circumstances of failure, indigence, and slavish dependency. Lazy thoughts crystallize into habits of uncleanliness and dishonesty, which solidify into circumstances of foulness and beggary. Hateful and condemnatory thoughts crystallize into habits of accusation and violence, which solidify into circumstances of injury and persecution. Selfish thoughts of all kinds crystallize into habits of self-seeking, which solidify into circumstances more or less distressing. And I'm right here. Now he changes it. He says, on the other hand, he gave so many examples here of different examples of thoughts, but in a negative realm. But then he says, on the other hand, I bring it up here. On the other hand, beautiful thoughts of all kinds crystallize into habits of grace and kindliness, which solidify into general and sunny circumstances. Pure thoughts crystallize into habits of temperance and self-control, which solidify into circumstances of repose and peace. Thoughts of courage, self-reliance, and decision. Listen to this, the opposite. You have courage, self-reliance. Okay, you can rely on yourself. You can take care of yourself. And you're a decision maker. You're not indecisive. You know exactly what you want. Crystallizes into manly habits, which solidify into circumstances of success, plenty, and freedom. Energetic thoughts crystallize into habits of cleanliness and industry, which solidify into circumstances of pleasantness. Gentle and forgiving thoughts crystallize into habits of gentleness, which solidify into protective and preservative circumstances. Loving and unselfish thoughts crystallize into habits of self-forgetfulness for others, which solidify into the circumstances of sure and abiding prosperity and true riches. A particular train of thought persisted in, be it good or bad, cannot fail to produce its results on the character and circumstances. Listen to this. A particular train of thought persisted in. So what that means is you're festering on these thoughts. You're persisting in it. Be good or bad, no matter what it is, it's positive or negative, cannot fail to produce its result on the character and circumstances. Meaning that if you have thoughts of good, good has to come to you. That's what's going to happen. A man cannot directly choose his circumstances, but he can choose his thoughts, and so indirectly, yet surely, shape his circumstances. Nature helps every man to the gratification of his thoughts, which he most encourages, and opportunities are presented, which will most speedily bring to the surface both the good and evil thoughts. Let a man cease from his sinful thoughts, and all the world will soften towards him and be ready to help him. Listen to this. Let a man cease from his sinful thoughts. Okay, now what do we mean by sinful thoughts? Okay, what do we mean by sin? Sometimes when we say sin, people link it to God, people link it to religion or some type of religion. They link it to Christianity. All sin is, sin separates you from God. Okay, now if you actually watch Working with the Law by Raymond Hollowell, okay, we went through that series, you know that God in Hebrew means law. This is how we got the laws in the universe. God means law. So if sin separates you from God, okay, what sin does, sin separates you from law. Sin separates you from the laws of the universe. Meaning that you're not living in harmony with the universal laws. So he says, let man cease from his sinful thoughts, and all the world will soften towards him and be ready to help him. Let him put away his weakly and sickly thoughts, and lo, opportunities will spring up on every hand to aid his strong resolves. Let him encourage good thoughts, and no hard fate shall bind him down to recklessness and shame. The world is your kaleidoscope, and the varying combinations of colors which at every succeeding moment it presents to you are the exquisitely adjusted pictures of your ever-moving thoughts. And he ends his chapter with this poem right here. So you will be what you will be. Let failure find its false content in that poor word environment, but spirit scorns it and is free. Its master's time, it conquers space. It cows the boastful trickster, chase, and binds the tyrant circumstance, uncrown and fill the servant's place. The human will, that force unseen, the offspring of a deathless soul, can hew a way to any goal, though walls of granite intervene. but not impatient in delays, but wait as one who understands. When spirit rises and commands, the gods are ready to obey. I love this poem, and I love the end, because the end, when he says, and I'm going to wrap up this chapter on this thought, is when he says at the end of this poem, be not impatient in delays. Okay, be persistent. Okay, stop looking for the how. Be not impatient in delays, but wait as one who understands. You understand the law. You understand if you're doing good and you're seeking good, good has to come to you. That's why I say be patient. Because if you understand how laws work, how universal laws work, the more you grow confident in the laws, you're going to patiently wait. I mean, it's just like when you're a little kid and you're making a Christmas list. If your parents come to you and say, hey, what do you want for Christmas? What do you want for your birthday? And you tell them your favorite toy you want, you believe that you're going to get that on your birthday. You believe you're going to wake up Christmas morning and have exactly what you want. You truly believe that as a kid. Or you believe Santa Claus is going to come. Be not impatient in the delays, but wait as one who understands the law. When spirit rises and commands, the gods are ready to obey. What that means is that's how universal laws work. They don't discriminate. If you think good has to come to you. God has to come to you. God has to obey the law. Then also the opposite is true. If you think negative has to come to you. Why? Because universal laws do not discriminate. Just like your subconscious mind doesn't discriminate. Your subconscious mind just takes it as is, just takes your thoughts as is. Whatever you're thinking about, whatever you're festering on over and over and over again, whatever you bring emotion to, has to come to you. It has to. It doesn't. Your subconscious mind isn't a comedian. It doesn't take jokes. It just takes it as is. And it gives to you, no matter if you're a good person, no matter if you're a bad person. It's giving you exactly what your thoughts are, what your secret thoughts are, the secret you, your deep-rooted beliefs. That's what it's giving to you in your outside world. That's what's being manifested to you. Chapter 3 is called The Effect of Thought on Health and the Body. Now, chapter 2 was the effect of thought on circumstances. Circumstances meaning in our 3D world. What's happening in our 3D world? What's happening in our present life? But now James Allen's taken a step further and saying the effect of thought, the effect of our positive thinking or negative thinking, how does that relate to our health and the body? So this is a terrific chapter, and he goes a little bit deep. It's a very short chapter, by the way. It's only a couple pages. So let's get rocking and rolling and dive into this. The body is a servant of the mind. Listen to this. I mean, this goes deep in this chapter. Our body is a servant of the mind. It obeys the operations of the mind, whether they are deliberately chosen or automatically expressed. At the binding of unlawful thoughts, the body sinks rapidly into disease and decay. At the command of glad and beautiful thoughts, it becomes clothed with youthfulness and beauty. Let me see what color I have on really quick. And this is what I love here. And, our thought, and I've been diving more into this. I might share this as this chapter goes along a little bit, but I've been diving more and more and more, really in the power of the subconscious mind, but going deep with it and learning that we are in control of our health. Our body will listen to us. Our subconscious mind controls the body and controls our health. So every cell will listen to us. So James Allen says this right here. At the binding of unlawful thoughts. What does that mean? Negative thoughts. We're constantly thinking negative. We're festering on the negative. We're constantly focused on what we don't like. And when we focus on such thoughts like this, the body sinks rapidly into disease and decay. And then he says the reverse is true. Remember, with universal law, okay, if one end of the spectrum is true, well, the opposite has to be true as well. If negative thoughts affect the body negatively, well, there has to be an opposite. It has to be an opposite to the law. If there's a hot, it has to be a cold. Well, there has to be a positive as well. What about our positive thoughts? Okay, so he says, at the command of glad and beautiful thoughts, it becomes clothed with youthfulness and beauty. Disease and health, like circumstances, are rooted in thought. Listen, disease and health, like circumstances, like your 3D world, are rooted in thought. Sickly thoughts will express themselves through a sickly body. Thoughts of fear have been known to kill a man as speedily as a bullet, and they are continually killing thousands of people just as surely, though less rapidly. The people who live in fear of disease are the people who get it. Listen, we could spin this several different ways. Okay, people who live in fear of disease are people who get it. Anxiety quickly demoralizes our whole body, and it lays it open to the entrance of disease. While impure thoughts, even if not physically indulged, will soon shatter the nervous system. But then he switches it. Okay, remember when he's going back and forth, he's basically describing, well, what happens to our body when we constantly fester on the negative. Then he also flips it and says, well, what happens to our body if we constantly fester on love and beauty and positive thoughts? Because remember, when we explain universal law here, and he's not really saying universal law, sometimes he does, but universal laws always has an opposite. So there's a hot, there has to be a cold. There's a positive, has to be a negative. There's an up, or it has to be a down. So the laws work on the same plane. So let's continue. Strong and pure and happy thoughts build up the body in vigor and grace. The body is a delicate and plastic instrument which responds readily to the thoughts by which it is impressed. And habits of thought will produce their own effects, good or bad, upon it. That's why he says good or bad, because we're working on the same plane here. And remember, I say this in every chapter, but just in case you're just jumping into this, the universal laws do not discriminate. And you might hear me say this over and over and over, because you really have to understand this. You really have to get this, as universal laws don't discriminate. It is what it is. It doesn't play favorites, okay? It isn't like it was when you were in high school, where you played favorites and manipulated the teachers to like you. And if you were one of their favorites, you would get a little bit better grades, get a little bit of a cushion here and there, won't be as strict with you, so forth and so forth. But we take those habits that we've learned as a kid, an early adult, and even later adult in the workplace, when we go out and get a career, then we think we can manipulate universal law. We think we can manipulate our subconscious mind. Subconscious mind in universal law just works as is. You can't manipulate these laws to work for you. You either work with the law or you work against the law. And James Allen continues, men will continue to have impure and poisoned blood so long as they propagate unclean thoughts. Out of a clean heart comes a clean life and a clean body. Out of a defiled mind proceeds a defiled life and a corrupt body. Thought is the fount of action, life, and if I could talk, I'm so sorry. Thought is the fount of action, life, and manifestation. Listen to this, because we're all involved here. Especially if you listen to this, you either want a better life, or you really involved in, or you really into manifesting. In manifesting techniques, and you're following like Neville Goddard, Thomas Trover, Napoleon Hill, or even like new prosperity teachers today. Now I'm really into kind of old school prosperity teachers, because this is where everybody gets their stuff. This is where everybody learns. All this information is really just regurgitated today in 2024. There's nothing really, honestly, from my research, I've been doing this for a couple decades. From my research, nothing is new. You have to understand this. You might not believe me, but when you really dive into this, you'll start learning, nothing is new. None of this information is new nowadays. And even with As a Man Thinketh, this was published in 1902. So this book has been out for 122 years. So this is why I love these types of books. So let's read this again. Remember, thought, okay, positive and negative, is the fount of action, life, in manifesting. Okay, it's our thought which manifests into our 3D world. It's our thought. Remember, it comes from within out. that's giving us what we want. We finally can see it, but it's basis on our internal thoughts, our internal beliefs, our secret thoughts. Thought is a fountain, action, life, and manifesting. Make the fountain pure, and all will be pure. Change of diet would not help a man who would not change his thoughts. Listen to this. Change of diet would not help a man who would not change his thoughts. Why is he talking about diet here? Because we're talking about our health and body, how thoughts affect, either positive or negative affect, our health and body. So he's saying, if you change your diet, it will not help you if you don't change your thoughts. If you don't change the negative patterns you have within yourself, no matter if you change your diet or not, it's not going to help you. When a man makes his thoughts pure, he no longer desires impure food. Listen to this. When a man's thoughts are pure, what does pure mean? When man's thoughts are pure, they're positive, they're moral, they're good, he no longer desires impure food. Clean thoughts make clean habits. The so-called saint who does not wash his body is not a saint. He who has strengthened and purified his thoughts does not need to consider the malevolent microbe. If you would protect your body, guard your mind. Listen to this. If you want to protect your body, protect your health, guard your mind. Guard your mind and really be aware. See, this is awareness. When we say guard our mind, this is what manifesting is really all about. It's really becoming. We want to become a master of our life. Okay, we want to be able to control life. We want to be able to produce and manifest and live a life of our dreams. Live a life on our terms, no matter how you want to put it. But in order to do that, what James Allen is saying, we have to guard our mind. Okay, in all aspects of it. If we want health, great health and a great body, well, you have to guard your mind. What does that mean? You have to start being aware of your really deep internal beliefs, your secret thoughts. You have to start being aware of what are you festering on all day long? Because all of us fester. All of us, our mind is just constantly going. So what type of thoughts are you thinking about all day long? And if you're drifting constantly off into the negative in any realm, you constantly think about what you don't like, you're thinking about your boss at work that you hate, so forth and so forth. Well, you have to guard your mind. You have to start kind of pushing those thoughts out of your mind and only focus on good. Only focus on good thoughts. If you would renew your body, beautify your mind. Listen to this. If you would protect your body, guard your mind. If you would renew your body, beautify your mind. Thoughts of malice, envy, disappointment, despondency rob the body of its health and grace. Listen, I'm right here. Thoughts of malice, envy, disappointment, despondency rob the body of its health and grace. A sour face does not come by chance. It is made by sour thoughts. Listen to this. A sour face does not come by chance. It is made by sour thoughts. Isn't it so true? You ever see people, you don't know them, and you just walk around, maybe you go to the restaurant and eat, you're just out and about doing some shopping, grocery shopping, whatever you're doing. Isn't it weird when you start becoming aware of people, when you start looking around, you can see kind of what people are thinking. You can see if people just are happy and go lucky, or in this example, a sour face. You can just look at somebody and tell that something's going on internally, that they're thinking negative. Because you have friends that they can't really hide their emotions from you. Once you look at them, you know what's going on, or you at least know what's wrong. So this is great. A sour face does not come by chance. It is made by sour thoughts. Wrinkles that mar are drowned by folly, passion, and pride. Even I've noticed, like, since I've gotten a little bit older, like if I'm more stressed out and I'm having negative thoughts and those stress me out, and I have like worry, doubt, and fear, okay, what I notice is that I'll have more gray hair. Seriously, I'll have more gray hair, especially like on the sides and stuff like that. My gray hair will pop out way more. Then if I go through periods where I'm having fun, I'm totally focused on positively, and I'm not, kind of the worry leaves me, the worry, fear, doubt leaves me, and I don't have that internal anxiety. lots of times my gray hair will go away. Isn't that amazing? Because and he's talking about wrinkles. Wrinkles are like on our face is, if we're constantly stressed out, we constantly have doubt, worry, and fear, well, that's going to be shown on our body. And more is really on our face. Not so much on our arms and legs and stuff like that, but really our face. Our face kind of wears our emotions. I know a woman of 96 who has the bright, innocent face of a girl. And I know a man well under middle age whose face is drawn into inharmonious contours. The one is the result of a sweet and sunny disposition, and the other is the outcome of passion and discontent. Listen to this. He's saying, this is an example. He's saying he personally knows a woman that's 96 who has a bright, innocent face of a girl. But then also on the opposite, he also knows a man well under middle age, so I'm guessing he's probably in his 30s, whose face is drawn into inharmonious contours, meaning that he looks way older than he should. The one is the result of a sweet and sunny disposition, and the other is the outcome of passion and discontent. As you cannot have a sweet and wholesome abound unless you admit the air and sunshine freely into your rooms. So a strong body and a bright, happy, and serene contentness can only result from the free admittance into the mind of thoughts of joy and goodwill and serenity. On the faces of the aged, there are wrinkles made by sympathy, others by strong and pure thought, and others are carved by passion. You cannot distinguish them. With those who have lived righteously, age is calm, peaceful, and softly mellowed. Listen to this. Right here. And this is so true today when we talk about health in the body and our thoughts, especially with anti-aging. We have all these anti-aging techniques. We have all these anti-aging creams and devices and lotions to take our wrinkles away, to make us look younger. But we're really just attacking the symptom, but we're not attacking the root cause. Really the root cause is our thought. Okay, what are your thoughts? What's your thought process? I mean, what if you've really cleaned up your thoughts, you only thought good thoughts, what would that do to our health? I mean, think about that for a second. What would that do for the health? Would that take most of our wrinkles away? Yes, we're still going to age, but in this one, he's saying, you can age gracefully. You can age kind of behind the years, look way younger than you should. And let's continue. With those who have lived righteously, listen to this. With those who have lived righteously, what does that mean? You live by law. Okay, laws of the universe. Righteously meaning you have pure thoughts. You only have good thoughts. You're pulling out the good in every situation. And he says, age is calm, peaceful, and softly mellowed, like the setting sun. I've recently seen a philosopher on his deathbed. He was not old except in years. He died as sweetly and peacefully as he had lived. And this is the last paragraph here in green of this chapter. There is no physician like cheerful thought by dissipating the ills of the body. There is no comforter to compare with goodwill for dispensing the shadows of grief and sorrow. To live continually in thoughts of ill will, cynicism, suspicion, and envy, and we could put in there, we could add worry, doubt, and fear. So let's read this again. To live continually in thoughts of worry, doubt, and fear, ill will, cynicism, suspicion, and envy is to be confined to a self-made prison hole. You're stuck in a prison. You basically trapped yourself in a prison. And this also can be, we can also call this a law of karma. When you're just doing the same thing over and over and over, it produces the same results over and over and over and over throughout your life. That's the law of karma. But to think well of all, to be cheerful with all, to be patiently learn to find the good in all, okay, this is the law of conversation right here. Law of conversation is simple. Some people explain it horrible, but law of conversation is simple. It's looking for good in every situation. Not just looking for good in you. You're looking for good in you. You're looking for good in your obstacles, negative obstacles that come your way. You're looking for good in every situation. When you look at other people, you're pulling out the good. Okay, stop. But what we end up doing, we pull out the negative, but we need to pull out the good. This is why he says, but to think well of all, to be cheerful with all, to be patiently learn to find the good in all. Such unselfish thoughts are the very portals of heaven, and to dwell day by day in thoughts of peace toward every creature will bring abounding peace to their possessor, meaning you. Now this wraps up chapter 3. This was a short little chapter, but this really is a spin-off of chapter 2 when he started talking about our circumstances, how thought relates to our circumstances, meaning how thought relates to our 3D world, what's basically coming in our 3D world, what's manifesting to us. And it's manifesting to us because we brought it to us. Okay, and that's the thing we have to kind of come to terms with, is that if we don't like something manifesting in the world, we don't like something constantly coming to us, we've created that. And that's a very hard concept to get. Okay, it really is. That's really hard to get, because what people love to do is they love to try to come up with a really severe example to kind of disprove it, or a really severe negative example to say, what, you mean I manifested this? you know what I mean? So, but it's really coming from, remember, manifesting works from within out, okay? It doesn't work from the outside in. We're living in reverse of the law. Most of us live from the outside in, but everything coming in your 3D world is coming from inside out. It's coming from your deep-rooted beliefs, and it's coming from your deep-rooted thoughts. It's coming from the secret thoughts you say, because all of us talk to ourselves. All of us talk secretly in our mind. Our mind is constantly going. Your mind isn't just stagnant with no thoughts. Your mind are constantly going, and most of the time we're constantly thinking about negative. Even researchers now, psychologists, agree that we have about anywhere from 65,000 to 70,000 thoughts per day. I don't know how they know this, but this is research. But out of those 65,000 to 70,000 thoughts that we have per day, 70% of those thoughts are negative and redundant. What does that mean? Well, 70% of my thoughts are negative, and I fester on it. I fester on the same thoughts over and over and over and over and over. And once you become aware of this, you'll find yourself in this trap. You'll find yourself in this cycle where all through the day, you basically just bounce back and forth between 5, 6, 7 negative thoughts. And that's all you really think about all day long. But what you're doing is bouncing back and forth. You don't stay on one thing, but you bounce back and forth all day long. But all day long, you're on this negative cycle that you just fester on it, which is the law of karma. Okay, and what we have to understand, that's what we're attracting to our lives. Those are our secret thoughts. Lots of times, our secret thoughts we don't tell anybody. It's just that's what we're just constantly thinking about. So that's what's actually, it's coming from within out. That's what's actually manifesting in our 3D world. How is it manifesting? Why is it manifesting? Because one of the things you need to do is go through, I did a series on working with the law by Raymond Hollowell, is that you need to understand universal law. Universal law doesn't discriminate. It doesn't play favorites. It is what it is. Your subconscious mind is what it is. Your subconscious mind isn't a comedian. It doesn't take jokes. Okay, so it's just giving you whatever you're giving it. And when you're constantly festering on negative and you're bringing emotion to it, your subconscious mind just takes it as is. Your subconscious mind just says, well, you must like this because you're constantly thinking about it and you're bringing emotion to it. So I'm going to bring you more of it. How does it bring you more of it? It brings it into your 3D world. It manifests it into your 3D world. That's why James Allen is saying, we have to guard our thoughts. Then in chapter 3 here, he connects it to how our thoughts affect our body and health. Because our thoughts affect, it's coming into our 3D world, but it's also affecting our body and health. And we can reverse it. Our negative thoughts we fester on can slowly deteriorate our health, or our positive thoughts can make our body way more healthy, youthful, take our wrinkles away, so forth and so forth. And this is what I've been kind of diving more into, that we can actually talk to our body. Same way if you follow Neville Goddard, you do Neville Goddard techniques, you lay down at night, you go inside your imagination, and you have your imaginal scene of what you want, and inside your imagination, you act as if it's already yours, no matter if it's a dream house, dream car, you want to be a millionaire. But you can do the same thing, okay, and put your health in there. Okay, if you have a disease, you want to be healthier, you want to be more in better shape, well, you do the same thing. You go in your mind, go in your imagination, and you see yourself healthy, well, you see yourself strong and young. Okay, so the same thing can work for you. Besides trying to manifest like an outside entity, you're manifesting a healthier version of yourself. So you can use these same techniques for having your body grow stronger and stronger and stronger and more youthful. Okay, you can actually do this stuff. Chapter 4 is thought and purpose. Until thought is linked with purpose, there is no intelligent accomplishment. I'll say that one more time. Until thought is linked with purpose, there is no intelligent accomplishment. Okay, look at this. Until thought is linked with purpose, there's no intelligent accomplishment. Okay, when he's talking about this, now we're really diving into thought, and do you have a purpose for it? Because a lot of times our thoughts are just aimlessly floating around. We're not steering, almost like you're steering a car. You know the direction you want to go and you're steering it. But it's the same thing with our thoughts. Are you steering your thoughts? Are you the master of your mind? Are you the master of your thoughts? Or are you just letting your mind, you just think about anything and everything? And no matter what you think about, you just let your mind go that direction. That's what he's really talking about here. And then he says, with the majority, the bark of thought is allowed to drift upon the ocean of life. That's what he's talking about. Like you're just letting your thoughts drift wherever they go. You're not in control of them. Aimlessly is a vice, and such drifting must continue for him who would steer clear of catastrophic and destruction. Meaning that if you're just letting your thoughts just drift, and you're just letting your thoughts just go wherever they want to go, okay, it's going to steer you in a direction of destruction. It's going to steer you in direction of negativity, and that's what's going to manifest to you. That's what he's really saying here. This is kind of why manifesting techniques don't work, because you're not in control of your thoughts. You're just letting them drift all over the place. And he's basically doing an example of, and I'm going to use an example of driving a car. If you're driving a car from your house to your work, you have one direction to go. Maybe you have a couple of directions to go if you run into traffic, but you have one direction to go. You know how to go there. But if you just let your thoughts run wild and you just do whatever your thoughts told you to do when you're driving to work, well, you might never get to work. You know what I mean? And you never get to work, meaning that you didn't call off, you didn't get to work, you're probably going to lose your job. That's basically destruction that would happen to you. The same thing with our thoughts. They who have no central purpose in their life fall an easy prey to petty worries, fears, troubles, and self-pities, all of which are indications of weakness, which lead, just as surely as deliberately, planned sins, though by a different route, to failure, unhappiness, and loss. For weakness cannot persist in a power-evolving universe. Now, that was actually one sentence. But let's go through this more time. They would have no central purpose in life, fall easy prey. Listen to this. People fall easy prey. This is why people fall easy prey. Maybe you and myself, I'm not excluded from this. People fall easy prey to petty worries, fears, troubles, and self-pities. Why? They fall easy prey to it because they're not in control of their thoughts. They're just letting their thoughts drift. And whatever you think about, you think about. That's why people fall easy prey to petty worries, fears, troubles, doubt, worry, and fears. That's why they fall into that trap so easy, because they're not the master of their thoughts. A man should conceive of a legitimate purpose in his heart and set out to accomplish it. He should make this purpose the centralizing point of his thoughts. It may take the form of a spiritual ideal, or it may be a worldly object, according to his nature at the time being. But whichever it is, he should steadily focus his thought forces upon the object, which he has set before him. I'm going to see what color I have this on, because I like this right here. And I'll say this one more time. He should steadily focus his thought forces upon object. Meaning that, what, same way like if you follow Never-Galder. Never-Galder says, set an intention, be decisive, make a decision. What do you want? And when you set that intention, all your forces, all your thought forces is on that attention. Okay? Okay, stop letting your thoughts wander. Stay focused on exactly what you want. That's what he's saying here. Which he has set before him. He should make this purpose his supreme duty. Listen, you should make this purpose. You should make your attention, what you want, your supreme duty, and should devote himself to its attainment, not allowing his thoughts to wander away into ephemeral fancies, longings, and imaginings. So that's what I just said. You stay focused on exactly what you want, and you need to master your thoughts and control your thoughts so your thoughts don't drift all over the place. As your thoughts drift, basically what happens, it comes off your focus. It comes off what you really want. Now you bring energy to things that you don't want. This is a royal road to self-control and true concentration of thought. Even if he fails again and again to accomplish his purpose, as he necessarily must until weakness is overcome, the strength of character gain will be the measure of his true success. And this will form a new starting point for future power and triumph. I actually really love this, because this right here kind of tells me as, even if you first start off on your journey, you set an intention, you get what you want, but you're focused on it, okay, but you kind of fail over and over and over and over and over. And how you fail in the beginning is because in the beginning, you're not mastering your thoughts yet. Your thoughts are drifting all over the place. But what's happening is you're becoming aware of it. Okay, you're starting to become aware of where your thoughts are going. And then once you start becoming aware, you start catching yourself and you bring your back in line with your goal. Then your thoughts will drift again. You catch it and you bring it right back to your goal, to your intention. And as you do this over and over and over, okay, it feels like you're failing, but you're really not. What's happening is you're gaining more and more strength to actually move forward with your intention. So you're actually getting better and better and better. Then at that point, you're getting better and better and better for future power and triumph. Those who are not prepared for the apprehension of a great purpose should fix the thoughts upon the faultless performance of their duty. Listen of it. Those who are not prepared for the apprehension of a great purpose, what do you want? Should fix their thoughts upon the faultless performance of their duty, no matter how insignificant their task may appear. Only in this way can the thoughts be gathered and focused, and resolution and energy be developed. Which being done, there is nothing which may not be accomplished. Listen to this. At the very end, I love this. There is nothing which may not be accomplished. Once you put your thought energy to it, once you set an intention, you set a want, and you focus on it, there's nothing impossible. You can have anything you want. That's what he's saying. The weakest soul, knowing its own weakness and believing this truth, that strength can only be developed by effort and practice, will thus believing at once begin to exert itself, and adding effort to effort, patience to patience, and strength to strength, will never cease to develop, and will at last grow divinely strong. I love this paragraph here, and it's really hard. I almost love every paragraph, because when a chapter is so small like this one, we're on the last page here. It's only 2 pages. It's just filled with non-fluff. It's just every paragraph is just filled with wisdom and no fluff at all. The weakest soul, meaning you're just starting off. Your mind, you're used to basically decades of just letting your thoughts run wild. You're not in control of it. That's what he means, the weakest soul, because we're talking about thought here, the level of thought. And thought is our thought process. Mastering our thoughts is the entire power that we have over our life. Okay, this is what's really manifesting positive and negative in our 3D world. That's why I said the weakest soul, knowing its own weakness and believing this truth. Listen to this, believing this truth. What truth? Is that strength can only be developed by effort and practice. You can only grow stronger into mastering your thought process by effort and practice, by being persistent and consistent, by doing these exercises over and over and over and not giving up. That's why he says that strength can only be developed by effort and practice, will, thus believing at once begin to exert itself, and adding effort to effort, patience to patience, and strength to strength will never cease to develop and will at last grow divinely strong. As the physically weak man can make himself strong by careful and patient training, so the man of weak thoughts can make them strong by exercising himself in the right thinking. Now, I love this. Here he's talking about as a physically weak man can make himself strong by careful and patient training. What this means is, and we've all fell in this trap, even for myself. Let's say you've never been to the gym in your entire life. You've never worked out in your entire life. Now you look in the mirror. You're not feeling that great. You look like you're unhealthy. You look like you're out of shape. And you feel out of shape because you are. I mean, that's just being honest. And you go to the gym and you start to work out. Now the flip happens also. You could back in high school or college been in wonderful, excellent shape at one time. That's where I kind of was because I competed professionally in martial arts. So at one time I was in awesome shape, and now I'm in okay shape. But there's been several times throughout my life where I stopped working out for a handful of years or maybe a decade, and when I go back to the gym, I'm not in the kind of shape that I used to be. I mean, I'm really out of shape. I mean, I'm pretty much almost at the same level of somebody who's never worked out before. And that's really a very, very frustrating phase. It's really frustrating because when you go to the gym, you're out of shape. If you're a guy, you're not as strong as you used to be. You go to pick up the weight and you can't even handle the weight, so you got to go pick up lighter and lighter and lighter weight. So you look like a weakling in the gym, lifting, either doing dumbbells or straight bar or bell bars. You look weak as crap, what I mean? And on top of that, you might be weak, but on top of that, you can't even make it through a workout without feeling sick, okay? And then you can't even push it that hard through the workout. Okay, you can't even work out that hard, let alone you can't even make it through it without feeling like you're going to throw up and have a stomach ache. I mean, when you go to the gym in the beginning, it's such a frustrating phase. And this is what he's saying. This is what he's comparing to, is that the physically weak man can make himself strong by careful and patient training. Okay, you're not going to get in shape. And you talk about physical shape. Okay, I have a lot of experience with this. You're not going to get in shape in 1 week. You're not going to get in shape in 1 month. I mean, it's going to take you, minimum at least about 3 months to 3.5 months just to when you look in the mirror, just to look in the mirror and actually see results. You might not be in the kind of shape that you really want to be after 3 months, but it's going to take around 3.5 months where you start kind of seeing results, where you start kind of overall feeling better and feeling strong, where you actually feel like going to the gym is actually working for you. This is the same thing for manifesting. This is why people mess up in this type of work. As when we talk about manifesting, people's never been involved with it. Their whole entire life, they have their deep-rooted beliefs run their life. Their secret thoughts run their life. Their thoughts just are rampant all over the place. They're not in control of it whatsoever. But then they think they're come to the law of attraction or manifesting. In 1 week, they're able to fix everything. And it doesn't happen. Because that's why he's comparing it. He's comparing our mind as like the body if the body's out of shape. You have to be patient. You have to train your body just like you have to train your mind. That's why he says, as a physically weak man can make himself strong by careful and patient training, so the man of weak thoughts can make them strong by exercising himself in the right thinking. To put away aimlessly in weakness and to begin to think with purpose is to enter the ranks of those strong ones who only recognize failure as one of the pathways to attainment, who make all conditions serve them, and who think strongly, attempt fearlessly, and accomplish masterfully. Having conceived of his purpose, a man should mentally mark out a straight pathway to his achievement. Okay, this is what we've been talking about. Okay, whatever you want, whatever your goal is, whatever your attention is, decide what you want, and there's one pathway to get to it. Your one pathway is you're controlling your thoughts. You're trying to master your thoughts, because each time your thoughts, you start thinking, oh, I don't like this person, this is why. You're distracted for what you really want. because now all of a sudden you're bringing energy to what you don't like, and that energy isn't going to what you do want. That's really what's happening. Having conceived of his purpose, a man should mentally mark out a straight pathway to its achievement, looking neither to the right nor the left. Doubts and fears should be rigorously excluded. Listen to this. Doubts and fears should be rigorously excluded. They are disintegrating elements which break up the straight line of effort, rendering it crooked, ineffectual, useless. Thoughts of doubt and fear never accomplish anything and never can. Listen to this. Thoughts of doubt and fear never accomplish anything and never can. They always lead to failure. Okay, when you have worry, doubt, and fear, remember, when you're festering on worry, doubt, and fear, think about it this way. It always will lead you to failure. It will always lead you to what you don't want. Okay? They always lead you to failure. Now, on the flip side, purpose, energy, power to do, and all strong thoughts cease when doubt and fear creep in. The will to do springs from knowledge that we can do. Doubt and fear are the great enemies of knowledge. And he who encourages them, who does not slay them, thwarts himself at every step. Now, this brings up an excellent example here, is because when we start talking about worry, doubt, and fear, a couple examples here. Even Napoleon Hill said in the book Think and Grow Rich, is that once you start worrying, it brings in doubt. Then doubt and fear mixed together equals fear. And fear is crippling, my friends. Because fear is what will lead you will run back to your comfort zone. You will go back, even if you're in poverty, you will go right back to poverty, because that intensity of fear builds up. And it builds up with worry and doubt until it just scares you, and you'll go right back to your lifestyle that you hate. That's what happens. Now, another example is when you talk about fear is the fear barrier. I learned this by Bob Proctor, and I used to go to, I was mentored by him one-on-one, and then I used to go to all his seminars when I lived in Los Angeles. So he would talk about the fear barrier, and the fear barrier we all go through. Because what we want, the life we want, the intention we set, that dream house, that dream car, is on the other side of fear. Okay, this big wall right here is a fear barrier. Okay, what we want is on the other side of fear. So what happens is we get right up close to this fear barrier. And once we get right up close to this fear barrier, we're scared to death, because we have to become a different person. And it scares us. And when most of us get up to this fear barrier and we run backwards. We run right back to our poverty lifestyle. We run right back to the comfort zone that we hate and we don't like. We run right back to our comfort zone. This is most people. We have to push past this fear. We have to push past our worries and doubt. Because it's our worries and doubt that leads to fear. That's why fear is crippling. Because when you give so much energy to worries and doubt, that builds up a great big fear barrier. The reason why fear is crippling, because it just stops you in your tracks. It just stops you. And no matter how badly you want it, you want to go backwards. You don't want to push forward. But if you just push forward a little bit, what you want is on the other side of it. He who has conquered doubt and fear has conquered failure. Listen to this. He who has conquered doubt and fear has conquered failure. His every thought is aligned with power, and all difficulties are bravely met and wisely overcome. His purposes are seasonably planted, and they bloom and bring forth fruit, which does not fall prematurely to the ground. Thought allied fearlessly to purpose becomes creative force. Listen, thought allied fearlessly to purpose becomes creative force. He knows this is ready to become something higher and stronger than a mere bundle of wavering thoughts and fluctuating sensations. He who does this has become the conscious and intelligent welder of his mental powers. Now, friends, this wraps up chapter 4 on thoughts and purpose. But to kind of wrap this up, what this means is, with purpose is our intentions. Just like we follow Never God says, set an intention, set a want. What do you want? What do you want to manifest? That's purpose. Okay, we could have several purposes in life, several intentions, several goals in life. But once we set a purpose, once we set exactly what we want, we have a direct line to it. Okay, our direct line is our thoughts. Okay, and the more we work on this, like in the beginning, we want all of our thought power to go towards this purpose. We want all of our energy to go towards this purpose. We want to think only good thoughts. Okay, to be aligned with what we want, to be aligned with our intention. So, but what he's saying is, most of us, we don't have no thought control. We let our thoughts aimlessly go all over the place. So imagine yourself, we have this straight line, and you're trying to drive down this road to what you want, to your destination, but every time you have a thought of negative, you pull off and you wander over here for a long time. And sometimes we wander over here for years. You know what I mean? I mean, honestly, sometimes I laugh. Or basically our energy focuses on that. We lose the energy. We lose focus on what we really want. We lose focus on that dream job, or dream career. We lose focus on our dream house or dream vacation. We lose focus on our dream car. And we're focusing on something petty. And this is what he said in the beginning of the chapter. All these weird things that we focus on are petty. And all these petty things that we're focused on, all these negative thoughts, what we don't like about this person, what we don't like about my boss at work. These are just petty things, but it steals your joy. Okay? And it steals your joy, but it steals what you really want, because now you're focused on it. And now you're so focused on it, you end up attracting at that vibration. It brings you more of that until you realize what you're doing and you get back in line with what you want. So that's what he's saying. Okay, once we start mastering this, we start driving towards what we really want. Then as we become closer and closer to what we want, we become closer and closer aligned with what we want. We become closer and closer to what we want, to our attention. Now all of a sudden we hit this fear barrier. Okay, the closer we become to it, okay, what we want is on the other side of fear, this fear barrier. How does a fear barrier happen? It's because we start worrying, we start doubting. Our worries and doubt, if we don't control it, lead to fear, and fear is crippling. Because once we hit this fear barrier, we're scared so much because we're out of our comfort zone. Okay. When you want to attract that dream house, when you want to attract that dream car, when you want to be a millionaire, what that means is you got to change from the inside out. You got to become a better person. You got to become that millionaire now. And what that means is, if you're a millionaire, what type of decisions would you be making? How would you be carrying yourself? How would you be talking? What type of friends would you have? What would be your hobbies? Okay, most of the time we'll find is that that's different than how you are right now. So you got to become congruent with it. And lots of times when you start becoming congruent with it, as you start moving closer and closer to what you want, you hit that fear barrier, meaning you have to become congruent with it. That's when fear sets in, because we're uncomfortable and we don't like that uncomfortable feeling, and we don't like it so much, we will go backwards into poverty. We will go backwards into our comfort zone. Our comfort zone, we're not going to attract in our comfort zone. We're not going to attract that better lifestyle, that millionaire lifestyle, sitting exactly where you are right now with the exact mindset you have right now. You're not going to attract at that level. Okay, so you got to bust through this fear barrier. That's what you have to do. You got to bust through it. Because once you bust through it and you conquer fear, you conquer life, what you want is on the other side of fear, my friends. So that's really the premise of this whole chapter. We're on chapter 5, the thought factor and achievement. And he's still, even in chapter 5, each chapter here up to this point has all been about thought, the power of thought, positive or negative. And he just keeps on digging deeper and deeper and deeper how thought really outlines a whole entire life, the importance of thought in every area of our life. And this, and he's still going with thought on chapter 5. So let's dig into this. This is a very unique chapter, and you will find out like once we dive into this. So let's get rocking. All that a man achieves and all that he fails to achieve is the direct result of his own thoughts. Okay, I love this paragraph right in green here, because this really sets the tone of the chapter. And really listen to this. And I'll read it one more time. All that a man achieves and all that he fails to achieve is in a direct result of his own thoughts. In a justly ordered universe, where loss of equipoise would mean total destruction, individual responsibility must be absolute. Listen to this. Your individual responsibility must be absolute. What does this mean? Is no matter if life is good or bad for you, you have to take responsibility for that. It's your own responsibility. Okay, what's happening in your 3D world? What's happening in your life? A man's weakness and strength, purity and impurity are his own and not another's man's. They are brought about by himself and not by another. Listen to this. A man's weakness, your weakness and strength, purity and impurity are your own and not another's man's. They are brought about himself and not by another. I mean, this is so powerful because, every time something don't go our way, isn't it funny how we blame another person? Or isn't it funny how we blame our job, we blame an outside entity, we blame something outside of ourselves, but we don't take personal responsibility. Now, this could be you, this could be me, okay, or 100%, we have friends and we know people that do this. Every time something don't go their way, they're blaming some type of outside circumstance, the reason why it's going on. It's never their own responsibility. So I'll read this paragraph from Purple one more time, just because this is a long sentence. A man's weakness and strength, purity and impurity are his own and not another man's. They are brought by himself and not by another. And they can only be altered by himself. Listen to this. And it can only be altered by yourself. You can only change it. You take responsibility. You can only change your life. If you don't like your circumstances in your life, you don't like what's going on, the only person that change it, the only person that can alter it is you. And never by another. Never another person. Another person cannot alter your life. Another person can't change your life for good. It's only you. Directly you. And he continues on. His condition is also his own and not another man's. His suffering and his happiness are involved from within. Remember, we always talk within. It's always within out. Okay, your suffering and happiness are from within. They're coming from within. So what's happening in your 3D world, it's coming from within you. But you're just basically, it's just taking time to manifest into your reality. As he thinks, so he is. Listen to this. I'm at the last sentence here. As he thinks, so he is. As he continues to think, so he remains. Listen to this. As he thinks, as you think, so you are. As you continue to think, you remain. Okay, what are you meaning by that? As you remain exactly where you are, because our thoughts are repetitive. Okay, this is the cycle of karma. If you don't change your thoughts, you're not really staying stagnant. You're slowly going backwards, but you're staying exactly where you are in your 3D world. Okay, you're not getting better. It's only your responsibility. But then at the end, he says, as you think, so you are. As you continue to think in that state, you remain in that state. Nothing else can change your 3D world except you, and you have to change your thinking. You have to change your thought process. But your thought process, how you think of things, is coming into your life. A strong man cannot help a weaker unless that weaker is willing to be helped. Listen, this is such a powerful chapter. A strong man cannot help a weaker unless the weaker is willing to be helped. And even then, the weak man must become strong of himself. He must, by his own efforts, develop the strength which he admires in another. None but himself can alter his condition. This is a powerful paragraph, because I think, and if you haven't, a lot of us have this type of experience, is that maybe we have an experience with a loved one, maybe it's a significant other, maybe it's an aunt, an uncle, a cousin, a nephew, maybe it's a best friend. Okay, maybe it's just somebody that we've grown an acquaintance, but the relationship has grown, and we're trying to help them. Maybe they're struggling, maybe they're an alcoholic, maybe they're struggling with drugs or whatever, and you're trying to help them. But it's a sad state, and it can be sad for us. But this what kind of like brought up in my mind when I read this paragraph is because no matter how bad you want to help somebody else, that person has to come to a reality of they have to want it. They have to want to help themselves. You can have all the power in the universe to help them, but if they don't want help, you're not going to help them. They're not going to get any benefit out of it. And this is what he's saying in this paragraph. A strong man cannot help a weaker unless that weaker is willing to be helped. It has been usual for men to think and to say, many men are slaves because one is an oppressor. Let us hate the oppressor. Now, however, there is amongst an increasing few a tendency to reverse this judgment and to say, one man is an oppressor because many are slaves. Let us despise the slaves. Now these several paragraphs here, I don't know, since this is a YouTube video, I don't know how what I can say here, but this really brings up, this is 2024 inside the United States, and the whole thing about, since the pandemic and racism and race, in my opinion, racism has grown and gotten a little bit out of control. I mean, I can remember as a kid, even going through elementary, middle school, high school, and even college here in Ohio, there is really, I don't want to say no such thing as racism, but you never heard it. And, just the last several years ago, it's they're putting it on a media, every TV show, every movie. And when you spread, the awareness of race, what ends up happening is it gets out of control. You're not helping the matter because you're spreading awareness about it. Even Wallace Waddell says this in Science of Getting Rich, is if you're spreading awareness of disease, it only creates more disease. Makes sense? If you're spreading awareness of poverty, it only creates more poverty. This is universal law. If you spread awareness about race and racism, it only creates more racism. That's why lots of times I don't like watching TV anymore, watching movies. Once they bring up any type of racial slurs, I pretty much turn it off or change the channel or watch something else. Because it's true, like attracts like. The awareness only attracts what you're aware of. It only gets worse. And this is what James Allen is saying when he's comparing the oppressor versus the oppressed, the oppressor versus the slave. This is what he's saying. And he goes on, the truth is that the oppressor and the slave are co-operators in ignorance. Isn't that funny? The oppressor and the slave are co-operators. They're one. But he says in ignorance. They're both of them are to blame. Both of them are thinking wrong. This is what he's saying. The truth is that the oppressor and the slave are co-operators in ignorance, and while seeming to afflict each other, are in reality afflicting themselves. Isn't that weird? Isn't that amazing? Listen to this. While seeming to afflict each other, the oppressor is trying to afflict the oppressed, and the oppressed is trying to afflict their oppressor, but at the same time, in reality, what's really going on? They're afflicting it themselves. They're making their life worse. This is like the area of forgiveness. Like if you go through the Working with the Law by Raymond Hollowell, the law of forgiveness. When you don't forgive somebody, like in this realm here, if you don't forgive somebody, you are bound to them. So this is what's happening. See, the oppressor and the oppressed, or the oppressor and the slave thinks the slave is bound by unforgiveness, and they're attached to the oppressor. You're attached to that sin. The only way to break that attachment is true forgiveness, true forgetfulness. That's the only way to break this attachment, because you both go down together. And this is what James Allen is saying here. You both are afflicting yourselves, and you both are going down together. A perfect knowledge perceives the action of law in the weakness of the oppressed and the misapplied power of the oppressor. Listen, a perfect love, seeing the suffering which both states entail, condemns neither. Listen, a perfect love, seeing the suffering which both states entail, condemns neither. A perfect compassion embraces both oppressor and the oppressed. He who has conquered weakness and has put away all selfish thoughts belongs neither to the oppressor nor the oppressed. He is free. Listen to this. Right now he's talking about the law of forgiveness here. He's not talking about forgiveness, but indirectly he's talking about the law of forgiveness. Remember, if you cannot forgive, you are attached to that other person. You are attached to that thing that you can't forgive. You are attached to that obstacle that you can't forgive. And most of us carry unforgiveness in our heart. Most of us carry, especially if you're older. Like, I'm in my 40s. Okay, and it's easy for me to think back and think of examples that something happened to me, like think about this. Something happened to me 10 years ago. I never eat at that restaurant because this is what they did to me 10 years ago. That's unforgiveness. That's a silly example, but that's unforgiveness. I'm attached to that. Okay, if I truly forgive, true forgiveness is forgetfulness. I would totally just forget about it. It would totally leave my mind. But since I can remember it and I can tell the story, and when I tell the story, I'm just as emotional about it today as I was 10 years ago. Well, I haven't really forgave because I never forgot. And the thing to walk away with here is that you are bound by your unforgiveness. You are linked to the other person. If someone does you wrong, you can't forgive them. You are linked to them. If you are linked to that sin, and the sin is unforgiveness, you're linked to it. You can't break free from it unless you truly forgive. So I'll say this one more time. He who has conquered weakness and has put away all selfish thoughts belongs to neither the oppressor nor the oppressed. Belongs neither to the oppressor nor to the slave. He is free. The only way to break free is put away all selfish thoughts. What does that mean? When you truly forgive, you truly forget. Meaning that you put away all selfish thoughts. You put away the blame. You put away what happened. You totally forget about it. That's the only true way to break free. That's what he's saying. You are free. A man can only rise, conquer, and achieve by lifting up his thoughts. Listen, a man, you can only rise, conquer, and achieve by lifting up your thoughts. He can only remain weak and abject and miserable by refusing to lift up his thoughts. Isn't that so true? I'm going to go down here so I can see it. You can only rise, conquer, and achieve by lifting up your thoughts. What does that mean? By lifting up your thoughts and positively, only seeing the good, only focus on the good. When you look at another person and you talk about another person, you pull out the good in that person instead of doing the opposite. Then he says, he can only remain weak in thoughts, and abject and miserable by refusing to lift up his thoughts, by refusing to think positive, by refusing to pull out the good in every situation. When you refuse to do this, you remain weak and bound to that state that you're in. Before a man can achieve anything, even in worldly things, he must lift his thoughts above slavish animal indulgence. Listen, and this is where it gets a little bit confusing. I'll be honest with you, just with some of the language he uses, but I'll try my best to explain it. Before a man can achieve anything, before you can achieve anything, even in worldly things and worldly possessions, that dream house, that dream car, that dream job, dream career, you must lift your thoughts above slavish animal indulgence. What do you mean by that? Like animal instincts. You're not in control of your thoughts. You know, you have if you have impure thoughts, you act on those impure thoughts. If you have negative thoughts, you act on those negative thoughts. That's what he really means here. He may not, in order to succeed, give up all animal and selfishness by any means, but a portion of it must at least be sacrificed. A man whose first thought is bestial indulgence could neither think clearly nor plan methodically. He could not find and develop his latent resources and would fail in any undertaking. Not having commenced and manfully control his thoughts, I'm down here, not having commenced to manfully control his thoughts. Remember, thought control is probably one of the hardest things to master in our entire lifetime. It's really controlling where our thoughts are going. Okay, because most of us, since we're, as long as we can remember, whatever we think about, we just let our thoughts just run wild. Whatever we think about, We just let it run wild. But in essence, they don't really run wild. Okay, let me give you an example here. Psychologists agree that we have anywhere between 65,000 and 70,000 thoughts per day. I mean, I don't know how they know this, but that's what they agree to when you do research. Okay, out of 65,000 thoughts every day that we have, 70% of them are negative, which is astonishing, meaning that we're thinking negative 70% of the time throughout the day, and they're redundant. So we're thinking about the same negative things all throughout the day. We could be thinking the same, 5, 6, 7, 10 things, and it's redundant. And when you start become aware of this, you start noticing. Sometimes when I take my meditation walk in the morning, since I'm in Ohio right now, and I've been doing morning walks. My morning walk is about 45 minutes to an hour, and I usually carry my cup of coffee with me and stuff like that. But what I notice is when I take my walk, what's so powerful with this example is because I know 100% I'm gone 1 hour. That's how long it takes me. And what I've noticed is when I start walking, if my mind drifts off in the negative, I'll just think about one negative thing after another. Next thing I know, I'm back from my walk like I walked in a trance. And when I get back, my awareness kicks on, and I think to myself, wow, I've been gone an hour. And I start thinking about, what did I think about the whole time? And I noticed, all I think about was negative things. But then also I've noticed, all I did was just think about one negative thing after another. I started thinking about, well, this person, I don't like why he does this. And then it jumps to another thought that's similar, okay? And then I jump to another thought and another thought. But I'm not jumping from negative to positive because I'm not in control of it at that time. I'm just jumping from negative to negative. And that's what we do all through the day. So that's why he says, not having commenced to manfully control your thoughts. That's why I say, all this, we're on chapter 5, but all this is about thought control. And this is why he's using words like your slavish animal indulgence. Like you're enslaved by it. You're using those raw animal instincts, and you're not controlling it. Meaning, if you start having impure thoughts, negative thoughts, negative thoughts on, let's say, for example, cheating on your spouse, cheating on your significant other. If you entertain those thoughts, it might not come true right now and drop right in front of your face. But if you entertain those thoughts will grow, roots will grow, it will get stronger and stronger until it actually happens in your 3D world because you're entertaining it. Okay, you're not getting it out of your mind once and for all. That's what he's meaning here. Not having commenced to manfully control his thoughts, he is not in a position to control affairs and to adopt serious responsibilities. He is not fit to act independently and stand alone. But he is limited only by the thoughts which he chooses. Listen, you are only limited by the thoughts which you choose. Okay, your limitation really is on you. My limitation is on me. That's my responsibility. But my limitation is only by my thoughts that I choose to think about. If I choose to think about lack and poverty, well, that's what's going to come to me, and it's my fault. But if I choose to think about prosperity and abundance and good, that has to come to me as well. So they're both on the same plane, but what we have to take away from here is on both sides, it's our responsibility. That's what's occurring in our life. There can be no progress, no achievement without sacrifice. And a man's worldly success will be in the measure that he sacrifices his confused animal thoughts and fixes his mind on the development of his plans and the strengthening of his resolution and self-reliance. Now, what does he mean by sacrifice? Okay, when he says, one of the things I want to point out here, when I read this chapter before I did this video, I've had this book for a long time. I've read this book before. This isn't my first rodeo here. But one of the things, like nowadays, when I think about, there can be no progress, no achievement without sacrifice. Because now he's going to start bringing up the word sacrifice. He's been using the word throughout this chapter, sacrifice. And lots of times, even for me as an entrepreneur, maybe you're an entrepreneur as well. And, throughout, I've been doing this for a couple decades now. And, I go, as an entrepreneur, at one time in my life, for several years, every quarter I used to go to a 3, 4, 5 day seminar that I would pay for myself. And, teaching you in entrepreneurship, teaching you, some of it could be positive thinking, some of it could be business development, personal development, how to build a business, how to build a business online, copywriting on that stuff, a lot of it. And some of it's on the other side, like this, like thought control, how to, how to get better at manifesting and stuff like that. So I've taken stuff around the whole thing. But what I notice is, especially nowadays, and I don't want to mention names, and this isn't the purpose of the video to mention names, but a lot of things I think we misinterpret when people say sacrifice. And this is James Allen. This book was published in 1902. This book is like 122 years old at this point of this video. And we misinterpret sacrifice. We think, well, you have to sacrifice. Well, Chad, you have to sacrifice. So I tell you have to sacrifice. And people think like, well, I'm an entrepreneur. I must sacrifice all my friends. I must sacrifice. I must give up every weekend to work on my business. I must get up going out with my spouse, a significant other, to work on my business. I must. That's how they think on sacrifice. And sometimes these big gurus that are multimillionaires, sometimes they don't mean that. Sometimes we take it to the extreme, but lots of times too, they do make those remarks. And I don't know if they do it on purpose or what, or they start the 4 a.m. club or 5 a.m. club, where you go to bed at midnight, you get up at 4 a.m. no matter what with 4 hours of sleep. I'm really into health. And one of the things, when people are saying go to bed at midnight, get up at 4 with 4 hours of sleep, you're working on fumes and you're sacrificing your health. Okay, that's the only thing. You do that for a long period of time, you're going to sacrifice your health and you're not going to be healthy. And I know a lot about a lot of these big time entrepreneurs or multimillionaires in the influencer world. But some of them I've worked with, some of them I just kept up with and went to their seminars. Some of them have health challenges that you don't really know about. And they have health challenges because this is what they do, is they don't get enough sleep. Okay, sleep is where your body naturally rebuilds and restores itself. A lot of these entrepreneurs have really horrible health problems if you really knew and were aware of it. And because they fall down that road, they fall down that rut of sacrificing sleep, sacrificing time, sacrificing the weekends. And yes, they have millions and millions of dollars, but when is enough enough? That's the question. If I have millions of dollars in the bank, why do I keep on having to make millions and millions? Okay. There's a certain time that they're kind of go back and start working on their health. But yet they're giving you bad advice basically, and telling you that, sacrifice your weekends, the 4 a.m. club, the 5 a.m. club. Okay, a lot of them that preach this, they don't even get up at 4 a.m. They get up one time at 4 a.m. and the rest of the time they're sleeping until 8 a.m. You know what I mean? And I'm kind of going down a rabbit hole with this, is because they're misinterpreting sacrifice, and we are misinterpreting what they mean by sacrifice. But in here, James Allen, he's referring to sacrifice, but he's referring it to your level of thought. You have to sacrifice good thoughts over bad thoughts, good thoughts over evil thoughts, positive thoughts over negative thoughts. That's what he means of sacrifice. Okay, you're giving up these negative thoughts. Okay, you're giving up impure thoughts to think pure thoughts. Okay, this is what he's meaning. Okay, let's continue on. There can be no progress, no achievement without sacrifice. And a man's worldly success will be in the measure that he sacrifices his confused animal thoughts, and he fixes his mind on the development of his plans and the strengthening of his resolution and self-reliance. And the higher he lifts his thoughts, the more manly, upright, and righteous he becomes. Listen, I like the end of this paragraph. The higher you lift your thoughts, and higher consciousness, good, pure thoughts, the more manly, the more upright, the more righteous you become. The greater will be his success. The more blessed and enduring will be his achievements. Because at that point, remember, when you focus on good, by law, the laws of the universe, good has to come to you. Okay, that's law. Listen, the universe does not favor the greedy, the dishonest, the vicious, although on the mere surface it may sometimes appear to do so. Isn't this so true? Okay, we think, okay, when he talks about greedy, dishonest, and vicious, he's not really referring to wealthy people. But nowadays, this is it's so funny. Like, I got a comment, as I'm doing these videos today, I got a comment on one of my YouTube videos. And my comment was like, oh, rich people are always rude. And so I commented back, and I don't want to, and the reply to my comment is, I thought about this, is that, a lot of people think wealthy people, okay, and lots of times they'll look at celebrities, something like that on TV, and most people get this. Most people, when you make a comment about a wealthy person or a rich person, they're greedy, they're dishonest, they're vicious, they steal from people, they don't do the best thing, they lie, they cheat, they steal, stuff like that. Most of the time, what's ironic about it, most of the time, people don't even personally know a wealthy person. And I mean wealthy meaning they make millions of dollars. I don't mean wealthy, they only make a couple $100,000 a year. That's not wealthy. That's just higher middle class. That's an attorney, that's a doctor. Okay, they're not, they're not super close to being wealthy. Okay, they're only making a couple $100,000 a year. Okay, that might be a little bit more than what you make or significant more than what you make, but they're not wealthy. Okay. But what James Allen is saying here, like on the surface, we make these rash statements or these rash judgments. We see somebody rich and wealthy, a celebrity, and we say, well, he's greedy, dishonest, and vicious. He must have favor. He must have, no matter if he's mean, the lords of the universe must favor him. But it really don't, okay? We can spin this two ways. For one, you don't know what's really happening in his personal life. Yes, they might not have money, but we've all known, just by example, how people have all the money in the world, but yet they're caught up into money schemes. They're caught up into drugs and alcohol that ruins their life. Okay, so we never know what's going on a personal level with somebody. But you got to remember, sometimes it takes time to manifest. But if you're just focused on greed and dishonest and vicious behavior, well, what that means is over time, it might take a little bit of time, but that's the only stuff that can come to you. Does that make sense? Then he flips it and he says, it helps the honest, the magnanimous, and the victorious. All the great teachers of the ages have declared this in varying forms, and to prove and know it, a man has but to persist in making himself more and more victorious by lifting up his thoughts. Okay, you gotta lift up your thoughts. You gotta get away from this whole thing of, this is why I said the law of compensation. You look for the good and you pull out the good. What that means is when you look at somebody else, you pull out the good. What we tend to do is we don't even know somebody, but we pull out what we don't like about them. And we grow an attachment we focus on what we don't like. And what James Allen is saying is you got to lift up your thoughts. You got to lift up your thoughts, only pull out good. Okay, when you look at other people, if all you can see is greed and dishonest and vicious behavior, that's what's going to be attracted to you. It's going to be reciprocal to you in your life. So you got to be aware of what you're doing. When you look at somebody else, you want to pull out the good. See, and when I start doing this, and I do this too, I'm human also, is once I catch myself doing this, I'm growing more and more aware of this, is I ask myself this question, is like, what do I like about him? What do I like about this situation? What's good in this situation? And my mind will actually search for the good, and I'll say something out loud, well, this and this and this. Then I'll focus on that. And these are two examples he gave. That's why I highlighted it in green. Intellectual achievements are the result of thought consecrated to the search for knowledge and for the beautiful and the true in life and nature. Such achievements may be sometimes connected with vanity and ambition, but they are not the outcome of those characteristics. They are the natural outgrowth of long and arduous effort and of pure and unselfish thoughts. Spiritual achievements are the consummation of holy aspirations. He who lives constantly in the conception of noble and lofty thoughts, who dwells upon all that is pure and unselfish, will, as surely as the sun reaches its zenith and the moon is full, become wise and noble in character and rise into a position of influence and blessedness. Okay, listen to this. This is the law of the universe. Now, this is just basic, like attracts like. Like, if you focus on good, good has to come to you. This is universal law, okay? And then he's giving two separate examples in this. In intellectual achievements, he's saying, in intellectual achievements, you focus on the good, good has to come to you. This is what he's saying. In spiritual achievements, if it's the same thing. You focus on the good. Now he's using different words. Like, for example, he's using are the consummation of holy aspirations. He who lives constantly in the conception of noble and lofty thoughts, pure and unselfish thoughts. Okay, what that means by law, universal law, well, pure and unselfish thoughts have to come to you. You have to reap what you sow. Okay, we've all heard that, the law of reaping what you sow. What you sow, you're going to reap. If you sow good thoughts, no matter how you put it, no matter what term you use, if you sow good thoughts, positive thoughts, well, good and positive has to eventually come to you. But if you sow negative, eventually negative will come to you. Okay, let's keep this simple. Achievement of whatever kind is the crown of effort, the diadem of thought. By the aid of self-control, resolution, purity, righteousness, and well-directed thought, a man ascends. Okay, when your thought is well-directed into good, you ascend, you grow higher. By the aid of animality, indulgence, impurity, corruption, and confusion of thought, a man descends. Okay, remember, when he says this, remember, he's talking about the laws of the universe here. Remember, there's opposite sides to the law. Okay, now he's using is as your thoughts are in self-control, resolution, purity, righteousness, and well-directed thought, you ascend, you grow higher. You go higher in consciousness, and you attract at that level. But a law of the universe always has an opposite. The opposite here is, then he gives an example. The aid of animality, indulgence, impurity, corruption, and confusion, you descend, you go down. When you have impure thoughts, you have corruption thoughts, okay, you worry, doubt, and fear, okay, you descend, you go down in the frequency. And when you're down in this frequency, you only can manifest, when you talk about manifesting, you only can manifest at this level. If you're up here, you can only manifest at this level. Make sense? This is exactly how manifesting works. You manifest on the frequency that you're on. A man may rise high success in the world and even to lofty altitudes in the spiritual realm, and again descend into weakness and wretchedness by allowing arrogant, selfish, and corrupt thoughts to take possession of him. So listen to this. It's no matter how high you go in success. This is what he's saying. No matter how high you grow in success, you could have wealth. You got $15 million in the bank right now. But even though you're at that high level, you still have to be a master of your thoughts. You still have to be in control of your thoughts. Because if you stop controlling your thoughts, you're going to descend. You're going to go backwards. And this is what he's saying. A man may rise high level of success in the world and even lofty altitudes in the spiritual realm, and again descend and again go down into weakness and wretchedness by allowing his arrogant, selfish, and corrupt thoughts to take possession of him. So all through your life, you're going to have to be aware of your thoughts. Okay, and we see this, especially with celebrities. Ironically, you use my celebrity example. We see celebrities, in mind's eye, and we don't personally know them, of course, but in mind's eye, that they got all the money in the world, they have the greatest career in the world, they could travel all over the world, they have this great life, but yet they get involved with drugs, alcohol, affairs, and so forth, and that brings them down. Because they're not in control of their thoughts. They reached a high level of status, but they kind of got lazy with their thoughts, and their thoughts start going wild. Then they kind of go down a downward spiral. So this is what James Allen is talking about. Victories attained by the right thought can only be maintained by watchfulness. See, this is what I just said. I just said it in a different way, of course. Victories attained by the right thought can only be maintained by watchfulness. Okay, you're at a high level, you still got to watch your thoughts. Many give way when success is assured and rapidly fall back into failure. Isn't this true? Even for my examples, I forget. I mean, I totally forgot this paragraph was here. It kind of matches my example I just gave on celebrities. Many give way when success is assured. So once you hit success, that's when you get lazy. You get lazy on your thoughts. You think, become arrogant. You think you don't have to watch your thoughts anymore. You think you don't have to be the master of your thoughts anymore. And rapidly fall back into failure because you're not watching your thoughts. All achievements, whether in the business, intellectual, or spiritual world, are the result of definitely directed thought, are governed by the same law, and are of the same method. The only difference lies in the object of attainment. Listen, what he means by this is the only difference, listen, he says the only difference lies in the object of attainment, meaning like we all want different things, okay? We all don't want the same things in life. We all don't want to manifest the same things. But it's governed by the same law. It's the same laws of the universe that we're using, okay? And it's the same method, okay? No matter all these manifesting techniques, okay, it really comes down to the same method of thought control, okay? None of these manifesting techniques work. And again, I got a comment today on my YouTube channel is that none of these manifesting techniques work, and the reason why they don't work for you is because it's from the within. It's from the within out. So they're not working because all you're doing is manifesting your deep-rooted beliefs and manifesting your secret thoughts. Those are what's coming to you. So until you grow aware of this, none of these manifesting techniques you do work. And then on top of that, we covered this in this chapter. On top of that, what do people do? They don't take responsibility themselves. They blame the manifesting technique. They blame Neville Goddard. Well, the Neville Goddard technique don't work. This manifesting technique don't work. Well, Napoleon Hill's technique don't work. Well, Thomas Trover don't work. Or going to sleep at night thinking imagination don't work. It's not the technique that don't work. It's you. Okay, it's you that's not working. Okay, you got to find out why it's not working, and it's not working because you're manifesting what your deep-rooted beliefs are. That's why it's not working. That's why you're not getting exactly what you want. And I'll say this one more time, but these are the last couple paragraphs here. All achievements, whether in the business and intellectual world or spiritual world, are the result of definitely directed thought, are governed by the same law and on the same method. The only difference lies in the object of attainment. He would accomplish little, must sacrifice little. He would achieve much, most sacrifice much. He would attain highly, must sacrifice greatly. Okay, now remember when he uses the word sacrifice, he's meaning you're sacrificing your level of thought. You're sacrificing bad thoughts, negative thoughts over good thoughts. So you want good thoughts. Okay, I don't know if I said this backwards, with sacrifice. You're sacrificing good thoughts over negative thoughts. Okay, this is what he means by sacrificing. He doesn't mean by I'm sacrificing my weekend. I gotta get up at 5 a.m., 4 a.m. like all these entrepreneurs preach nowadays. Okay, he's talking about sacrificing on the level of thought. I mean, thinking pure thoughts over impure thoughts, thinking positive over negative, thinking good thoughts over evil thoughts. This is what he's saying. This is what he means by sacrifice. He would accomplish little, must sacrifice little. If you want to accomplish little, you have to sacrifice little. He would achieve much, must sacrifice much. If you want your dream house, well, on that level of thought, the level of frequency that's on, you must sacrifice much. You must sacrifice that old self. Okay, that old self, meaning that the person you are up here, when you want that dream house, you want that multi-million-dollar house or whatever, how much it is, that dream house, is that the frequency you're on up here is totally different than where you are down here. You're a different person up here than you are down here. Up here, you're making different decisions. You have different friends, you have different core beliefs, different thoughts, how you carry yourself up here than you are down here. So what you have to do when you're down here, okay, when you're living in your 3D world, you have to be congruent with the person you are up here. You have to match. Okay, you have to start right now in your 3D world, start making decisions, how you would carry yourself, what you'd be thinking about, what would your conversations be, what type of hobbies would you have up here, and you got to bring it down to your 3D world. I will reread these couple paragraphs, then we'll wrap this up. All achievements, whether in business, intellectual, or spiritual world, are the result of definitely directed thought, are governed by the same law and on the same method. The only difference lies in the object of attainment. He would accomplish little, must sacrifice little. He would much, achieve much, must sacrifice much. He would attain highly, must sacrifice greatly. This is chapter 6 called Visions and Ideals. Now, before, really quick here, Visions and Ideals, I mean, it's kind of a cheesy title, actually, but this is a terrific, terrific chapter. Now, if you're feeling right now that you're ready to throw in a towel, maybe you're an entrepreneur, you're ready to throw in a towel, you're ready to quit, I want you to watch this video, listen to this chapter, because this chapter is fantastic. And if you're trying to manifest, maybe you're trying to manifest your dream house, your dream car, your dream career, millions of dollars, or, a specific salary, no matter what it is, and you're ready to quit, you think things don't work, I want you to listen to this chapter. This chapter is fantastic, and it goes along with staying in the game. Don't quit. Okay, so this is a fantastic chapter. So let's dive into this and get rocking and rolling. So chapter 6, Visions and Ideals. The dreamers are the saviors of the world. As the visible world is sustained by the invisible, so men through all their trials and sins and sordid vocations are nourished by the beautiful visions of their solitary dreamers. I love that. I mean, that's a huge sentence right there, but I love that. And what I want to say here, really quick, let me highlight this. Is when James Allen says, "As the visible world is sustained by the invisible." Okay, what he means here is like a lot of everybody, even myself, we're really into Neville Goddard. Okay, and you set an intention, you go inside your imagination, and what you see in your imagination, you drift off to sleep, is actually going to come to you in your 3D world. This is what he means here. Now, he's pretty much teaching Neville Goddard, but Neville Goddard wasn't alive at this time. You know what I mean? So this is before Neville Goddard's time. So when he says the visible world is sustained by the invisible, what he means by that is your visible world came from your imagination. So what you're imagining, what you're thinking, is you're creating in your visible world. I mean, this is powerful. And I'll read this one more time because in the green is very, very important. The dreamers are the saviors of the world. You're a dreamer. Okay, I'm a dreamer. Okay, the dreamers are the saviors of the world. As the visible world is sustained by the invisible, so men, through all their trials and sins and sordid vocations, are nourished by the beautiful visions of their solitary dreamers. Humanity cannot forget its dreamers. It cannot let their ideals fade and die. It lives in them. It knows them as they realities which it shall one day see and know. The composer, sculptor, painter, poet, prophet, sage, these are the makers of the afterworld, the architects of heaven. The world is beautiful because they have lived. Without them, laboring humanity would perish. He who cherishes a beautiful vision, a lofty ideal in his heart, will one day realize it. I'll say this one more time. He who cherishes a beautiful vision, you who cherish a beautiful vision, a lofty ideal in your heart, what he means is your intention. Whatever you want, you have that passion of what you want. You have that the passion in your heart. This is a life I want. I really want to do this. And then he goes on, he says that one day you will realize that one day it will become true. That's why he says, he who cherishes a beautiful vision, a lofty ideal in his heart, will one day realize it. Columbus cherished, he's talking about Christopher Columbus here. Columbus cherished a vision of another world, and he discovered it. Copernicus fostered the vision of a multiplicity of the worlds in a wider universe, and he revealed it. Buddha beheld the vision of a spiritual world of stainless beauty and perfect peace, and he entered into it. Cherish your visions. Listen to this very closely. Cherish your visions. Cherish your ideals. Cherish the music that stirs in your heart, the beauty that forms in your mind, the loveliness that drapes your purest thoughts. For out of them will grow all delightful conditions, all heavenly environments. Of these, if you but remain true to them, your world will at last be built. So what he's talking about here, especially at the end, right here, he's really talking about persistence and being consistent. But let's read it one more time. If you but remain true to them, your world will at last be built. What he's meaning, same way as Neville Goddard teaches, is you set an intention, you go inside your imagination. Inside your imagination, you're living your dream life. Then you drift off to sleep. Then in your 3D world, you live in the end, dwell in the end. And then Neville Goddard says you persist until what you want is visible, has come true in your visible world. Okay, that's a part that people kind of miss with Neville Goddard, is that Neville Goddard has stated that he's never seen it fail. That the law of assumption always works. Okay, he's never seen it fail. The only way it fails is if you lose your vision, is if you actually quit, is if you don't persist. That's the only way. That's the only way it will fail. But if you stay the game, you stay focused on what you want, it always comes to you. And this is the words by Neville Goddard, that it always comes to you. And this is what James Allen is saying also, that if you remain true to your intention, if you remain true to your passions, remain true to what you want, no matter what it is, your world will at last be built. It will come to you. To desire is to obtain. To aspire is to achieve. Shall man's bestest desires receive the fullest measure of gratification, and his purest aspirations starve for the lack of sustenance? Such is not the law. Such a condition of things can never obtain. Ask and receive. So he's wording it a little bit funny here, but he's really talking about when he says desire is to obtain, to aspire is to achieve. All he's saying is when you desire something, you have to obtain it. What he means by that, you have to get it. It has to come to you. When you desire that dream house, it has to come to you. When you desire that dream car, it has to come to you. When you desire that dream job, it has to come to you. Remember, desire is just another word for your intention. It's another word for you believe it's going to come to you. When you really desire something, you really believe that it's going to come to you. That's you have to play with the words here. Sometimes when someone says, "Oh, have faith, it's going to come to you," but what's another word for faith? Another word for faith is believe. Okay, believe it's going to come to you. Now, what's another word for expect? If you really believe something's going to happen, okay, set aside your manifesting for example. If you really believe something's going to happen, or maybe you really believe something's going to happen negative to you, you expect it to happen. Okay? So when you really believe, you really want something, you expect to get it. Okay, now we do this in small things. We do this with mediocre things. We do this with negative things. Okay? Now, if you really believe today that you're going to walk in your job and your boss is going to be mean to you, well, you kind of expect it to happen. Okay, we do this with little small things, and it always comes true to kind of verify how we're thinking is true. But the same thing is true when we're looking at big things. The same thing is true if you're looking at your dream house or your dream car, your dream job. You want to be a millionaire. You want that $200,000 salary. If you really believe that's what you want, you expect it's going to happen to you. This is what James Allen is meaning here. When you desire is to obtain. If you desire something, you believe, you expect to get it. Then he goes on and says, to aspire is to achieve. All he's talking about here is really from the Bible. He's taking a verse out of the Bible, the New Testament, where it's saying you ask and you receive. If you ask for something, you have to receive it. Okay, that's the power of the universe. That's the power of universal law. Okay, We just have to come to terms with it and really believe. Now, when we ask and receive, this is working for us, but what's happened is the law's working against us a little bit, because what we're asking and receiving, what we really believe and expect, really is our secret thoughts, but we're kind of using it in reverse. What's happening is we're using it in a negative way, and that's why we have negative things coming into our lives, or we have things that we really don't want coming into our lives. So it's working, but it's working in reverse. You know what I mean? The laws are working for us, but it's working in a way that we don't want. So all James Allen is saying is that when you're focused on your bigger things, that dream house, that dream car, that dream job, the same thing will happen. If you ask for it, if you believe, you're going to expect to get it. When you ask, you will receive. Dream lofty dreams. I love this. Dream lofty dreams. Dream big dreams. Have big dreams. Have big passions. Have big things you want. Nothing is too small for the universe. Nothing is too small for God. Dream lofty dreams. And as you dream, so shall you become. Listen to this. This is so powerful. Dream lofty dreams. Dream big dreams. Don't hold you back. Be a kid again. Okay? Kids do this stuff automatically. Okay? They have big passions. They have big dreams, big things they want to do. When they're into something, it's big. Then usually as parents or adults or when they go to school and they're school teachers, they start lowering their dreams. They start telling them, come back to reality. That's not going to happen. Maybe they don't say it just like that, but indirectly that's what they're doing. Okay? So as an adult, we've really grown out of this. Okay? We've really gotten a bad habit. Okay? This is why manifesting isn't working for us, because we've really gotten into such bad habits that we really need to go back being a kid again. Go back being a teenager again. Go back when we were really excited. Even if not even a teenager, maybe an older teenager, maybe 18, 19, maybe in your early 20s, when you were really excited about life. You were really excited when you were first time you were an entrepreneur. You're working really excited. You're having fun. It wasn't even about the money. Had nothing to do with the money. You weren't even concerned with it. You were just so excited. And if you think back in those states where you're so excited, isn't it amazing when you think back, everything seems to be working out for you. Everything seems to be coming to you. When you're in that state of excitement, you're in that state of passion. You're in your awe, you're in your moment. But at some point, and I've experienced this, at some point when we get older, okay, I'm in my 40s, so at some point when we get older, we kind of grow out of it. Maybe we have a bad experience. Maybe we listen to the wrong people, and we grow out of it. Maybe people tell us, well, Chad, you have to start being an adult. Maybe as we grow older, we have more responsibility. That happens as well. Now all of a sudden, you have a car payment. Now you have insurance. Okay, now you have to make money to do that. Now all of a sudden you move out from your parents, and now all of a sudden you have rent, all the stuff, groceries, and all the other bills that come with that. Maybe you get in debt. You got credit card debt. Now you got to pay for that. Then maybe you have a significant other, or you get married. Now you have the higher expenses of that. Then you have kids. Now you have way more responsibility because you have kids to support. So then what ends up happening? You have all this responsibility. And you don't do it on purpose, but you have all this responsibility, but you lose your joy. You lose your joy in life. You're not having fun. You're not having fun at work no more. And you wonder why things are not working for you at work, but you're not having fun with it no more. When back in the day, you would be in your awe doing it. Okay? Maybe you're an entrepreneur, but you're not having fun with it no more. It's literally just like you work in a factory, like you have a regular job, and you hate that job to death, but yet you're an entrepreneur. See, what we got to do is this, something I'm working on. What we got to do is we got to go back in that stage that we used to be, where we just got up and loved doing what we're doing. That's what manifests to us when we're in a statement of joy. We're doing what we love. We're hanging out with people we love to hang out with. We're going to manifest at that level, but that brings us up to a higher vibration. So I'm going to read this one more time to you. Dream lofty dreams. As you dream, so shall you become. Your vision is the promise of what you shall one day be. Your ideal is the prophecy of what you shall at last unveil. Isn't that so powerful? Dream lofty dreams. Dream huge dreams. Have big goals. And as you dream, so shall you become. So what he's doing, he's going inside your imagination. Okay, when we dream lofty dreams, we're inside our imagination, just like Nevergado taught. Okay, Nevergado taught, what you see in your imagination can come to you. You can be. Okay, if you can see it in your imagination, you can have it in your 3D world. This is what he's saying. Dream lofty dreams. Dream big dreams. Because as you dream, as you're inside your imagination, so shall you become. It will become a reality inside your 3D world. Your vision is a promise of what you shall one day be. Your ideal is a prophecy of what you shall at last unveil. The greatest achievement was at first, and for a time, a dream. The oak sleeps in the acorn. The bird waits in the egg. And in the highest vision of the soul, a waking angel stirs. Dreams are the seedlings of reality. He brings it up again. Dreams, your imagination, are the seedlings of reality. What does that mean? It means your dreams. When you dream, when you sit back and you're just dreaming, he's not calling it imagination, but that's what he means. When you just sit back and I'm daydreaming. I'm daydreaming about what I want. I'm daydreaming about my dream house. Okay, I'm daydreaming about that dream job. I'm going inside my imagination, and inside my imagination, I'm in first person, so I'm actually doing it inside my imagination. And what he's saying, your imagination is what you see in your imagination are the seedlings of reality, meaning that you're planting the seed, and the more you go in your imagination, the more you dwell within your imagination, those seeds will sprout. Those roots will get stronger, and it will come to you in your 3D world. That's what he means. Your circumstances may be uncongenial, but they shall not long remain. So if you but perceive an ideal and strive to reach it, you cannot travel within and stand still without. Listen, you cannot travel within and stand still without. What he's saying is you cannot go inside your imagination and see these wonderful things you want and it will not come to pass. That's what he's saying to you. If you see it in your imagination, if you see it within yourself, it has to come out of you. Remember, that's how manifesting works. It works from within out. So what's within you is coming out. That's what's manifesting in your world right now. But if you're harboring resentment within you, you're harboring negativity within you, you're constantly making fun of people, you're constantly pulling out the negative with people, that's what's inside you, that's what's coming out of you. That's what you're manifesting in your 3D world. So it works both ways, positive and negative. That's how universal law works. That's why he says, you cannot travel within and stand still without. Whatever within you has to come out, has to manifest into your 3D world, no matter if it's what you want, or what you don't want. Here is a youth hard pressed by poverty and labor, confined long hours in an unhealthy workshop, unschooled and lacking all the arts of refinement. So here he's talking about factory work. This is now there's still factory work today, but this is back in 1902 where most people worked in a factory. But he dreams of better things. He thinks of intelligence, of refinement, of grace and beauty. He conceives of, mentally builds up an ideal condition of life, the vision of a wider liberty and a larger scope that takes possession of him. Unrest urges him to action, and he utilizes all his spare time and means, small though they are, to the development of his latent powers and resources. Very soon, so altered has his mind become that the workshop can no longer hold him. Isn't this very true? Now he's working in a factory. Even factories today are, in my opinion, most of them are horrible. Most of them, they don't obey the labor laws. They don't give you breaks. They don't give you your 10-minute, 15-minute breaks. They don't give you lunches. Now, I'll be honest with you. Lots of times when I came back in 2022 to visit family, I was here for 1 year because that was my nephew's his senior year in high school, so I wanted to be here through his whole senior year. And during that time, I thought, well, I'll make a little bit more money. I'll get a job in a factory. I never worked in a factory a day in my life, and it amazed me. And I worked in a lot of, I kind of jumped around. I worked in like a lot of factories around this area, and every single factory was the same. It was like stepping back in the 1940s and the 1950s, which I wasn't alive then, but I was really amazed how they treated people, the language, the aggression. People would actually get in your face and scream at you. The language, they would curse at you at work. Then on top of the breaks, you're working on concrete, you're standing the whole time. Even if you had a sit down job, they would literally take the chair away so to force you to stand, and you're standing on concrete. Then on top of that, you're working in the immense heat, but they wouldn't have air conditioner in a factory. Then when you took your breaks, they would only give you a 10-minute break, but you would work in the farthest part of the factory. It would take you 5 minutes to walk to the break room. Then they wanted you back on the floor in exactly 10 minutes. Then when you took a lunch, a lot of these places would only give a 20-minute lunch. By the time you got off the floor to take your lunch, you only got like a 15-minute lunch. And it's such manual labor, and we're inside the United States. All this stuff is illegal, but yet this stuff goes on. Okay, so when he writes this stuff that, here's a youth pressed by poverty and labor, and he confined by long hours in an unhealthy workshop. That's what he's meaning. He's in a factory. Okay, they're not paying him very good. He's in poverty. He has a labor job, so I can just imagine he's in a factory. He has to work 12, 15 hours a day. They don't treat him very good at all. Just like this stuff still goes on today. Okay, people don't want to confront it, but it still goes on today in these factories. All these factories should be shut down, or they should go through massive lawsuits until they finally get their act together. But even in the United States, when they place these factories, they put these factories in small towns because usually in small towns there are less lawsuits. That's why they put factories in small towns, because people don't complain as much. So anyway, going back to this example, is he's working in poverty. He has this huge labor job. He's in this factory. He's not treated very well. It's very unhealthy. But then he starts working on his mind. And it says he started dream better things. He started to think more intelligent. He started to be kind of refined and grace and beauty all in his mind. No matter he was surrounded by poverty, surrounded by this horrible job, his mind was focused on advancement. His mind was focused on more. His mind was focused on positivity. And it built up to a point where James Allen says, very soon, so altered his mind, become that the workshop can no longer hold him. Like he grew bigger than the place he was at. You ever heard that? You have to grow bigger than the place you are. Once you grow bigger than the place you are, that place can't hold you no more. You have to move on. The laws of the universe are going to step in and move you from that place. It has become so out of harmony. Listen to this. It has become so out of harmony with his mentality that it falls out of his life as a garment is cast aside. And with the growth of opportunities which fit the scope of his expanding powers, he passes out of it forever. Years later, we see this youth as a full-grown man. We find him a master of certain forces of the mind, which he welds with worldwide influence and almost unequaled power. In his hands, he holds the cords of gigantic responsibilities. He speaks, and lo, lives are changed. Men and women hang upon his words and remold their characters. And sunlight, he becomes the fixed and luminous century round which inimmutable destinies revolve. He has realized the vision of his youth, and he has become one with his ideal. And you too, youthful reader, he's talking about you, he's talking about the readers now, will realize the vision, not the idle wish of your heart. Be it base or beautiful, or a mixture of both, for you will always gravitate towards that which you secretly must love. Listen to this is so powerful. And he says it so good. I mean, sometimes he's saying things and he's using words that we don't use nowadays, and sometimes it's hard for me to pronounce because we don't really say that in a sentence. But he's saying this is so powerful. Let me read it to you one more time. And you too, you the reader, will realize the vision, to realize your passion, realize your attention, what you want, not the idle wish of your heart, be it base or beautiful, or a mixture of both. For you will always gravitate towards that which you are. Listen, this is so powerful. He says, you will always gravitate towards that which you secretly must love. Now he's talking about the secret you. Isn't it amazing how the secret you, your deep-rooted beliefs, okay, your secret thoughts, you will always gravitate towards them. They will always gravitate towards you. That's why it says you manifest from within out. So I love that. For you will always gravitate toward that which you secretly must love. Into your hands will be placed the exact results of your own thoughts. You will receive that which you earn, no more, no less. Whatever your present environment may be, you will fall, remain, or rise with your thoughts. Isn't this so true? Whatever your present environment may be, okay, no matter what environment you're in, maybe you're in a good environment or a bad environment. Maybe you're in an environment you don't want to be in. You'd rather be in a beautiful, rich environment. But he's saying it doesn't matter. Okay, whatever environment you're in, three things are going to happen. Either you're going to fall, either that environment is going to break you, you're going to fall, or you're going to remain in that environment. You're just basically going to accept where you are. You're going to remain in it, no matter if you like it or not. You just basically grown to accept it. Or three, you're going to rise with your thoughts, your vision, your ideal. You're going to rise to get out of that environment. You will become as small as your controlling desire or as great as your dominant aspiration. In the beautiful words of Stanton Kirkham Davis, you may be keeping accounts, and presently you shall walk out of. Now this is a long little quote by Stanton Davis here, and let me start over because it almost goes on for like a whole half page. You may be keeping accounts, and presently you shall walk out of the door that for so long has seemed to you the barrier of your ideals, and shall find yourself before an audience, the pen still behind your ear, the ink stains on your fingers, and then and there shall pour out the torrent of your inspiration. You may be driving sheep, and you shall wander to the city, and open mouth shall wander under the intrepid guidance of the Spirit into the studio of the Master. And after a time he shall say, I have nothing no more to teach you. And now you have become the Master. Who did so recently dream of great things while driving sheep? You shall lay down the saw and the plane to take upon yourself the generation of the world. The thoughtless, the ignorant, and the indolent, seeing only the apparent effects of things and not the things themselves, talk of luck, of fortune, and chance. Isn't it so true today? Even this is now when he published it in 1902. Now all his examples he's going back to the 1800s or the mid 1800s. So even though this is published in 1902, he's really talking the mid 1800s here. So he's even talking at least 150 years ago. And this is all true today. This is what's so amazing. Isn't it weird he talks about this? The thoughtless, the ignorant, the indolent, seeing only the apparent effects of things and not the things themselves. Okay, they talk of luck, of fortune, and chance. So don't we do the same thing when somebody's rich, when somebody else has their dream house, somebody else is driving a dream car? We always either look at them negative, we look at them thinking, who do they take advantage of? You know what I mean? Or we look at them saying, oh, they're just lucky. Okay, maybe their parents, maybe their parents are rich and he got it from that. You know what I mean? So we talk about how lucky they are, or maybe it was their parents' fortune, or maybe it's just a luck by chance how they got it. That's what he's talking about here. Then he continues, seeing a man grow rich, they say, how lucky he is. Just like I said, when you see somebody rich, you say, at best, okay, you might say other really negative things. You say, oh, how lucky he is. Observing another become intellectual, they exclaim, how highly favored he is. Don't we do the same thing today? We see someone intellectual, we see someone that has a life that we want, maybe they're rich and wealthy, and they think the universe, he has favor with the universe, he has favor with a God. We think this way. And he continues, and noting the saintly character and wide influence of another, they remark, how chance aids him at every turn. They do not, but now he twists it, but he says, they do not see the trials and failures and struggles which these men have voluntarily encountered in order to gain their experience. Isn't this so true? We don't see somebody's trials and failures and struggles that catapult them to the level they're at today. We never see the inside of it. We only see the outside. We only see the outside of they have everything that we want, but we don't see what it took for them to actually get it. They do not see the trials and failures and struggles which these men have voluntarily encountered in order to gain their experience, have no knowledge of the sacrifices they have made, of the undaunted efforts they have put forth, of the faith they have exercised. Remember, faith is belief, is expectation, that they might overcome the apparently insurmountable and realize the vision of their heart. They do not know the darkness and the heartaches. They only see the light and joy, and they call it luck. Isn't that so true? They do not see the long and odorous journey, but only behold the pleasant goal and call it good fortune. Do not understand the process, but only perceive the result and call it chance. Isn't that all true today when we see somebody else having the life that we want? In all human affairs, there are efforts and there are results, and the strength of the effort is the measure of the result. Chance is not. Gifts, powers, material, intellectual, and spiritual possessions are the fruits of effort. They are thoughts completed, objects accomplished, visions realized. Isn't that so true? Isn't that so powerful? I'll read this one more time and this wraps up the chapter. In all human affairs, there are efforts and there are results. So now he's talking about you reap what you sow. There's efforts and results. Whatever you put in, whatever effort you put in, you're going to get results. Now, some of them might not be what you want, but the more your effort, the more pure thoughts you have, the better your results. That's what he's talking about. In all human affairs, there are efforts and there are results. And the strength of the effort is the measure of the result. Chance is not. Luck is not. It's not lucky. It's not by chance. It's not like that somebody else has favor. Gifts, powers, material, intellectual, and spiritual possessions are the fruits of effort. They are thoughts completed, objects accomplished, and visions realized. The vision that you glorify in your mind, the ideal that you enthrone in your heart, this you will build your life by. This you will become. Isn't that so powerful? Okay, now here in the green section I highlighted, when you go back to universal law, remember, all universal laws work on the same plane. If there's a hot, there has to be a cold. Okay, if there's a positive, it has to be a negative. Every universal law has a direct opposite to it. If there's an up, there has to be a down. If there's a good, it has to be a bad. Okay, that's how universal law works. Okay, now with universal law, we put in, there's no discrimination. There's no favor. The law don't discriminate. Okay, the law doesn't play favorites. It's not like, well, God or the universal law loves Chad more than he loves somebody else, so they're going to favor Chad more. No, it doesn't work that way. The law doesn't discriminate. Then when you look at your subconscious mind doesn't discriminate. Your subconscious mind just is as is. It's giving you exactly what you think about all day long. Okay, whatever you fester on, whatever your deep beliefs are, whatever your secret thoughts are that's rummaging through your mind all day long, your subconscious mind is just like, well, you like that. So that's what you're thinking about all day long. That's what you like. You must like it because you're giving emotion to it. So I'm going to give you more of it. Doesn't matter if it's positive or negative. It's just what is. That's how it works. So this is why James Allen says at the very last paragraph here, the very last sentence here, the vision that you glorify in your mind. Listen to that. The vision that you glorify in your mind, no matter if it's good or bad, your vision, your imagination, what you're giving your emotion to, the vision that you glorify in your mind, the ideal that you enthrone in your heart, this you will build your life by. This you will become. Meaning, whatever you think your mind, whatever you give emotion to, whatever your imagination, whatever you're using your imagination for, will manifest in your 3D world. So at this point, what are you thinking? At this point, what am I thinking? What am I constantly thinking all day long? Am I constantly thinking good? Or am I constantly thinking bad? Am I constantly thinking negative? Or am I constantly thinking, am I constantly positive? I did this in reverse. It's going to give you your dominant thoughts that you fester on over and over and over and over and over. This is when we have to become aware. If we notice that you're thinking negative all the time throughout the day, and you just jump from one negative thought to another, okay, that's okay. Because the first step is being aware of it. But once you're aware of it, once you're aware of what you're doing, guess what? The good news is you can fix it. You can stop that. You can start stopping those thoughts. Then you have affirmations that you say to yourself to get your thoughts focused on the good. So sometimes what I've been doing is if I'm looking at a situation I don't like and I start kind of going down a rabbit hole of thinking, well, I don't like this, I don't like what this happened, and I'm starting to think negative, I'll stop myself and I won't say an affirmation, but I'll ask myself a question. I'll say, what's the good in this? What do I like about this? What do I like about this person? Then my mind will try to figure out what I like. Then I'll focus on what I like. And I'll focus on the good out of it. That's the law of compensation. Is like always focus on the good. Always pull out the good. No matter if it's a negative situation, you always pull out the good. No matter if it's another person, you always pull out the good of what you like about them. You always focus on good. Because when you always focus on good and do the best focusing on good, our mind's going to drift here and there, but dominantly you're focusing on good. Laws of the universe, the laws of God, good has to come to you. So this is why he says, to wrap up this chapter, the vision that you glorify in your mind, the ideal that you enthrone in your heart, this you will build your life by. This will manifest in your 3D world. This you will become. You become what you think about. You become what you think about in your imagination. You will become that sooner or later. Hey everybody, welcome back. We are on the last chapter on As a Man Thinketh by James Allen. We are on chapter 7. Chapter 7 is called Serenity. And with serenity, especially when we talk about manifesting, and I know with James Allen, As a Man Thinketh, like he indirectly talks about manifesting. He isn't using those words throughout the whole book, but he's indirectly talking about manifesting. He's indirectly talking about, how to manifest a better life. And this last chapter is one of the main things that we're doing to kind of halt our progress, to kind of halt manifesting. Kind of one of the reasons why manifesting isn't working. And there's a lot of reasons why manifesting isn't working, just because remember, when manifesting, we actually manifest from within out. So manifesting is always working, but we might not be getting what we really want. So in this last chapter here, really pay attention, but this is a wonderful chapter. This is the shortest chapter of the entire book. It's only a page and a half, but this is something that even myself, this is something I'm really working on now today, or I've been working on, but this is something that will speed up. Once you master this will speed up your manifesting powers. This will speed up if you want that dream house, dream car, that dream job, dream career. This will speed it up. And even though it speeds it up, it makes your life overall happy. Not because you manifested what you want, but you become overall happy. So other than that, let's dive into chapter 7 and let's dive into serenity and find out what really James Allen really means when he says serenity. Calmness of mind is one of the beautiful jewels of wisdom. Listen to this. Calmness of mind is one of the beautiful jewels of wisdom. It is the result of long and patient effort and self control. Its presence is an indication of ripened experience and of more than original knowledge of the laws and operations of thought. That is so powerful. That's why I highlighted this in green. Green means it's very, very important. So, what does serenity really mean? Serenity means being calm. Serenity means having self control out of all your thoughts. Now, I'm not going to dive too much into this because James Allen brings it up in this chapter, but calmness of mind. Out of how well you're calm, how well you have self control over your emotions gives you great, great power. So I'll read it one more time, then we'll move on. Calmness of mind is one of the beautiful jewels of wisdom. It is a result of long and patient effort and self-control. Its presence is an indication of ripened experience and of a more than original knowledge of the laws and operations of thought. A man becomes calm in the measure that he understands himself as a thought-evolved being, for such knowledge necessitates the understanding of others as a result of thought. And as he develops a right understanding and sees more and more clearly the internal relations of things by the action of cause and effect, he ceases to fuss and fume and worry and grieve and remains poised, steadfast, and serene. That's what I mean. There's so much power in serenity. There's so much power in being calm. The calm man, having learned how to govern himself, knows how to adapt himself to others, and they in turn reverence his spiritual strength and feel that they can learn of him and rely upon him. Isn't that so true? Let me say this again. The calm man, the more you're calm, you have learned self-control. You have learned to control yourself and to control your emotions. And on top of that, you know how to adapt yourself to others, adapt yourself to situations, meaning that you remain calm in situations that are not so calm. Maybe somebody wants to argue, but within that argument, you're remaining calm and serene because you're in control of your emotions. Remember, the more calmer you are, the more power you have. The more power you have over that person, the more calm you are. The more tranquil a man becomes, the greater in his success and his influence. Listen to this. What this means is the more calm you become, the greater success and greater influence and greater power for the good. Even the ordinary trader will find his business prosperity increase as he develops a greater self-control and equanimity for people who always prefer to deal with a man whose demeanor is strong, equitable. Now, isn't that so true? Like, even if, like, put yourself in his shoes, especially nowadays, this is 2024, and even if someone kind of picks a fight with you, trying to pick an argument, maybe they're mean to you, maybe they're trying to kind of indirectly kind of make you upset and mad, make you lose your temper and argue, okay? So even if they're starting it, there's two ways to handle it. Is even if they're starting it, when we become upset, when we become angry, when we just kind of blow it and lose our top and start screaming. Now, if we do this in public, what happens is when people look at both of us out from the outside, it appears as though you are the one that started the argument. You're the one that is the aggressor, even though the other person indirectly started it. But it will appear otherwise, rather than if someone's kind of pushing your buttons, you remain calm, you remain serene, because you're in self-control. You really have power over the situation. Being calm, the calmer you are, you have power over the other person. If that other person is trying to basically pick a fight, pick an argument, say things to you to kind of get your blood to boil. You know what I'm saying. We've all been there. We've all done it. We've all lost our temper and so forth and so forth. But there's so much power into just being calm and serene. And so much power, that it becomes more higher conscious. Now, I'm giving a personal power. You have so much power over the situation. You have power over the other person, the calmer you are. But then also the reverse. The more calmer you are for the universe and universal laws, and in manifesting, the more calmer your mind is, the more serene you are, puts you in a great power position, because when your mind is calm and you let go of all the negativities, and you truly let go of it, and your mind just is at peace, that's when things start coming to you. That's why there's so much power in being calm. There's so much power into self-control over your emotions, self-control over your thoughts, especially when you start slipping into angry thoughts, when somebody starts pushing your buttons, or maybe things don't really go your way. If things don't really go your way, you have negative obstacles, you kind of have a mental breakdown, maybe by yourself, maybe in private. Rather than being calm and serene and in control of that, you have a mental breakdown in private. But even though it's in private, you're still violating the universal law, because you're still trying to force things to happen rather than remaining calm and serene. The strong, calm man is always loved and revered. He is like a shade-giving tree in a thirsty land, or a sheltering rock in a storm. Who does not love a tranquil heart, a sweet-tempered, balanced life? It does not matter whether it rains or shines, or what changes come to those possessing the blessings. Listen, when you're really in a serene, you're really calm, it doesn't matter whether it rains or it shines. It doesn't matter if it's positive or negative. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad, or what changes come to those possessing these blessings. That's how much power you have. It doesn't matter the environment you're in. Then he goes on, for they always sweet, serene, and calm. In these situations, you are always sweet, serene, and calm. No matter what you're going through, you're always sweet, serene, and calm. No matter it rains and shines, no matter it's positive, negative, no matter what situation you're in, no matter what environment you're in, you always remain serene and calm. You're always in control of your emotions. You're always in control of your thoughts, because you know the calmer you are, the more power you have over those circumstances. And I'm right here. That exquisite poise of character, which we call serenity, is the last lesson of culture, the fruitage of the soul. It is precious as wisdom, more to be desired than gold. Yea, than even fine gold. How insignificant mere money seeking looks in comparison. And I'll go on here, but I love this sentence right here. And James Allen says, that exquisite a poise of character. Remember, when you remain calm and serene in any situation, you have such a poise of character. It really shows the character. That's how much power you have over any circumstance when you remain calm and serene. Nothing's pushing your buttons. You're not, basically, it's your perception. When something bad is happening, it's your perception of it. Okay, you're not letting the negative perception of something overpower you. Okay, when you give in emotional, when you start getting angry and mad, you have a mental breakdown. You scream and you fuss. Basically, what has happened, you've given up your power over that situation. The same way, if you get in an argument with somebody else, even if that other person started the argument, once you become irate, once you start yelling, once you lose your top and flip out, you've given up control. That person is controlling you. Okay? You have to understand that even in martial arts, I have a huge martial arts background. I don't talk about it so much. But remember, even in martial arts, they teach you to remain calm, serene, and poise in difficult situations. Like if you get self-defense situations, the more calmer I am, the better I can think, the better I can adapt, the better I can defend myself. But the more irate I get, the more anger I get, the more I let the person get to me and I flip out and lose my top, I'm not thinking the right way. I'm mad. I have tunnel vision. All I can see is them. But in a self-defense situation, they could have buddies that come around me, which I don't see, because now I have tunnel vision because I'm mad. I'm mad at them. So who's in control of that situation now? When I become mad and irate, they're actually in control. They're actually controlling me because I'm doing exactly what they want me to do. I'm losing my focus. I'm losing my cool. I'm not being calm anymore. The same way in this example is the calmer I remain, the more serene I am, I have power over that situation. Even in a self-defense situation, the more calmer I am, I have power over that person. Same way manifesting a universal law, same way in my environment, just a negative situation, something negative happening. The more calmer I come to it, it's my perception. I just walk around it. It doesn't faze me. I don't give no emotion to it. But I give no emotion to something. I have power over it. You have to think in those terms. The calmer I am, I bring no emotion to it because I'm calm and serene. I have power over it. That echoes that poise of character, which we call serenity. Serenity means calm. Is the last lesson of culture, the fruitage of our soul. Then he goes on, being calm and serene, it is a precious wisdom. It is more to be desired than gold. So listen to this. It's more desired than gold. It's more desired than any wealth you can establish. It's more desired than millions of dollars. That's how important being calm is. That's how important being serene is to all the laws of the universe. And he goes on and says, even fine gold, even the most expensive gold, being calm and serene, has more power over it. It's more important than that. It's more important than all the money in the world. It's just being calm and serene in every situation. Then we continue. How insignificant mere money seeking looks in comparison with a serene life. A life that dwells in the ocean of truth, beneath the waves, beyond the reach of the tempest, in the eternal calm. How many people we know who sour their lives, who ruin all that is sweet and beautiful by explosive tempers? Listen to this. This is such an important paragraph. That's why I try not to give so many examples, because this is such a short chapter, but every paragraph is so powerful. Because even in this paragraph right here that I'm guilty of, and I'm sure you're guilty of too. We're all human. We've all lost our tempers. We've all said things we didn't really mean. But listen to this paragraph. How many people we know, maybe ourselves, who sour their lives, who ruin all that is sweet and beautiful by explosive tempers, by losing your temper, having a meltdown, who destroy their pose of character and make bad blood. It is a question whether the great majority of people do not ruin their lives and mar their happiness by lack of self-control. Look at that. He brings up the lack of self-control again. Being calm and serene, but once we lose control, we lose our temper. We give in to those emotions. And once we lose our temper and give in to those emotions, okay, whatever is affecting that has power over us. We don't have power over it. So we're losing our power. How few people we meet in life who are well balanced, who have the exquisite and poise which is characteristic of a finished character. Yes, humanity surges with uncontrolled passion, is tumultuous with ungovernable grief, is blown about by anxiety and doubt. Only the wise man, only he whose thoughts are controlled and purified, makes the winds and the storms of the soul obey him. Listen to this. This is how powerful being calm is, how powerful being serene is in any situation, even when you're trying to manifest. Only the wise man, only the wise, only he whose thoughts are controlled and purified. Remember, control means he's calm and serene. He's in control of his emotions. He's not letting, if it's something negative, he's not reacting to it. He's still serene and calm. That's what's happening. He has power over it. Makes the winds and the storms of the soul obey him. That's why you have power over it. You have power over your negative circumstances when you remain calm and serene. You're not reacting to it. See, once you're reacting to roadblocks and little negative things that happen in our lives, once we react to it in a negative way, once we bring a negative emotion to it, once we start saying things, this always happens to me, and we start having a little temper tantrum, even in private, that negative thing has power over us. And it has power over us, and then we end up attracting on that level. Rather than Listen to this. Rather than, that's why I always say it's our perception. When something negative happens, it's our perception. If you have the right perception and you remain calm and serene, you remain in control. You don't give it emotion. You don't respond. You don't react to it. You respond to it being calm and serene, and you just walk around it. You don't let it affect you. When you remain calm and serene, you have power over it. Same way with another person. Someone wants to argue, the more you remain calm and serene, you have power over that person. The temptest toss souls, wherever ye may be, under whosoever conditions ye may live, know this, in the ocean of life, the isles of blessedness are smiling, and the sunny shore of your ideal awaits your coming. Keep your hand firmly upon the helm of thought, and the bark of your soul reclines, the commanding master. He does but sleep. Wake him. Self-control is strength. Right thought is mastery. Calmness is power. Say unto your heart, peace, be still. And I love this last sentence here. Self-control is strength. Being in control is strength. That's your strength. That's your power over the situations. Self-control is strength. Right thought is mastery. Calmness, being calm, being serene is power. Say unto your heart, peace, be still. And this is the last paragraph here in chapter 7, and this wraps up the whole book. Is that remain calm. Being calm and serene has power over every situation. And this to kind of wrap this up, when I said in the beginning of starting this chapter, is that this kind of relates indirectly to manifesting. This relates to kind of why manifesting isn't working. And this is what I really mean by that, is that lots of times what happens when we want to manifest this dream house, dream car, our dream job, dream career, no matter what it is, and maybe you're following Neville Goddard, maybe you're setting attention, you know exactly what you want, you go inside your imagination, and you develop this movie scene inside your imagination, and you drift off to sleep. Now, when you drift off to sleep, what does Neville Goddard say? He says, well, in your 3D world, live within, dwell within. See, this is where most of us flub up. This is where most of us because this is the hard work. Once you go into your 3D world, this becomes hard, because remember, you manifest from within out. You can't manipulate the universe. So all your deep desires, your secret you, your deep-rooted beliefs, that's what's actually manifesting. That's what you can see right now in your visible world. That's what's coming to you. It's from within out. And then on top of that, in your 3D world, when we're doing all these manifesting techniques, what we end up doing is when we wake up, we're constantly looking for it. We're not letting it go. We're not letting it be. We're not acting as if. When we wake up, we look outside in our garage and we say, well, I don't see my dream car out there. You know what I mean? We wake up and we think, well, I'm not living in my dream house yet. Or we wake up and we look at our account and it's like, well, I'm not a millionaire yet. Or we wake up and we check our lottery tickets and say, well, I didn't win the lottery yet. We're constantly looking for the how. We're constantly validating that it didn't come yet. So we're not really doing the Neville Goddard technique exactly how Neville Goddard has instructed us. Then on top of that, when we get in that realm of thinking, we're not calm and serene because we let our emotions take part of it. Okay, we start getting emotional if it hasn't come in yet. After we've done it for a few days or a week, we start getting emotional. We start saying negative things to ourselves, maybe secretly. Maybe we talk to our friend and we say them out loud, or we secretly tell ourselves, like, oh, it's not working. This always happens to me. When something negative happens at work, you're saying, this always happens to me. I don't know why. You don't remain calm and serene and peaceful. Remember, if you're not calm, the opposite of calm is you're trying to force. Angry. You're trying to force things to happen. Remember, force negates. No matter if it's physical force, it negates from you. And no matter if it's mental force or mental coercion, no matter what you want to say, any type of mental force, it expels from you. It stays away from you. Okay? Why does being calm have so much power? It's because when I'm calm and when I'm serene, when I'm peaceful, I'm not reacting to my outside world. I'm not reacting to the negativity around me. I'm not bringing power to it. I'm not reacting to it. My perception is that it's happening for me, and I just walk around it. I'm not giving no emotion to it. That's what I mean. You're giving emotion to everything in your life, and most of it is negative. What you bring emotion to has to come to you by universal law. But the more calm I am, the more serene I am, the more peaceful I am, I have power over it. That's why he says, that's why this is the last chapter in the book. That's why being calm, being serene, this is why he says self-control is strength. The right thought is mastery. Calmness is power. This is why he said calmness is better than any wealth in the world. And since this is written and published in 1902, he's taken all the stuff probably from the mid 1800s. Okay, so he's saying calmness is more powerful than any gold you could have in your life. Any of the finest gold you could have in your life, the most expensive gold you can have, calmness is more important than that. Has more power than that. That's how powerful being calm is, being serene is. That's how powerful it is having self-control over your emotions and not reacting to everything around you. Okay, this is something I'm really trying to work on in my life right now, because I found that, I was kind of, as older I got, I was kind of getting where I was just kind of reacting to everything around me, reacting to things I didn't like, reacting to people that pissed me off, you know what I mean? Rather than remaining calm. And once you tell yourself this over and over and over again, the more calmer I am, I have power over the situation. That's what gives me power over the situation. I mean, think about it this way. Have you ever argued with somebody and they wanted to argue with you? You're not arguing. They want to argue with you. And for whatever reason in that moment, you're not reacting to them. You're just sitting there very calm, listening. You're not letting it affect you. You're not letting it bother you. You just remain calm. You're listening. And you don't let it affect you. And the other person keeps on getting madder and madder and madder because you're remaining calm. Why does that happen? Because you have power over that other person. As long as I remain in self-control, the other persons end up going to stop, or other people around that person is going to have them stop. Because I have power over that situation. I have power over that person. Then you flip it, and you flip it into manifesting. You flip it into little negative obstacles. You don't react to it. It's your perception. You don't react to it. You don't bring emotion to it. You remain calm and serene and poised. No matter what it is, positive or negative. And you just walk around it. You don't bring no emotion to it because I have power over it. See, that's the power of being calm. Even if you go back to the Bible and the New Testament with Jesus, no matter what situation he was in, he remained calm and serene and poised because he knew universal law. He knew the laws of nature. He knew that if you remain calm, serene, and poised, he had terrific self-control over his emotions. He knew the power he had. He knew he had power over that other person. That gave him power. That gave him power over the circumstances. That gave him power over the negative circumstances. Because how he remained so calm. And you can do the same thing. I can do the same thing. But it takes a little bit of work. Because maybe we find ourselves like you, just like with me. Maybe you found yourself where you've switched it a little bit. Maybe for the last several years, you've caught yourself being way more argumentative, way more reacting to things, way more telling people off, no matter if they deserve it or not. When you're losing your temper, you're losing self-control. You got to remember, you're not in control. You don't have power over the situation. The only way you flip it is when you remain calm and serene. Then you have power over any situation in your life. Other than that, my friends, hopefully you enjoyed As a Man Thinketh by James Allen. This is the last chapter. Comment below and let me know your thoughts. And let me know where you are. Let me know what's working for you. And let me know if you're struggling with some of this stuff. But comment below and let me know. And remember, blessings to you. I love you guys. And I'll see you in the next video.